play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Moving to our additions or approval of the agenda, looking to administration. Is there anything from administration or from council with regards to additions to the agenda? Seeing none, can I have a councillor? Oh, sorry. Mr. Edney?
Yes, good morning, Mayor and Council. Yes, there are a couple of additions to the agenda noted up on the screen.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler?
Good morning. I move that council approve the July 8th, 2027 regular meeting of council agenda with the following amendments. Add agenda item 9.3.2 Q1 2025 variance analysis report. Add agenda item 9.3.3 capital budget update, and move agenda item 9.3.1 community standards bylaw to be after agenda item 8.1 remedial order review at 1 p.m.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving to our moment of reflection, the thing I just want to touch on very quickly is Chestermere. This council has really done our community proud this week at the Calgary Stampede. So we have had, we've attended a lot of events. Pretty much average, I would say, anywhere from 4 to 6 events per day since Wednesday. And it's given us a lot of really, really good opportunity to interact with multiple ministers, as well as multiple people from the business and recreation and not-for-profit industry. The stack of business cards that we've all collected has been incredible. And so already from that, we have multiple follow-up meetings that are going to be happening with ministers directly as a result of the work that council has been doing at the Stampede this week. So it's been a very, very good week for our community. And I just want to say, as mayor, how proud I am of this council and the work that they've done and the teamwork that has been demonstrated within this council, where we've had situations where we've prepped each other for a very quick conversation with somebody, and there's multiple people there, and we're handling those conversations. So it's been a very, very, very good week with regards to council and the representation of our community at both the provincial and at the federal level here this week. Also, under a moment of reflection, I believe Councillor Narayan, you are wanting to bring a comment forward.
Yes, good morning, and thank you, Worship. I'm bringing actually some heightened concerns by residents living in the Rainbow Falls Boulevard. A number of families have expressed concerns with respect to road safety in the particular area. They've tried to mitigate things themselves by putting those kids at play signs. I understand that those signs have been destroyed by vehicles. It is a safety issue. It is an ongoing issue. I've been hearing about it for some time now, for actually a few years now. You know, it's so scary that some parents are even hesitant to let their kids out on the streets to go and play. So with that, I do have a motion in mind, and I'd appreciate if council would indulge me with that. And again, it's with respect to street safety and mitigating speed in that particular on the particular strip off Rainbow Falls Boulevard.
Sure, if you want to bring that motion forward, then we'll open up opportunity for a comment from council.
Thank you. And the motion is that I move council direct administration to look into the safety concerns along Rainbow Falls Boulevard.
Thank you. I'm wondering, just as a comment on it, you were specifically talking about traffic. I wonder if the word traffic should be in there somewhere. Yeah. Councillor Ryan?
I'll accept the friendly.
Okay. So can you just quickly, restate the motion, please?
Certainly. Council direct administration to look into the traffic safety concerns along Rainbow Falls Boulevard.
Great, thank you. I see some hands go. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I would also like to propose a friendly as well, traffic and pedestrian safety concerns.
And I'll accept that as well. And I'll restate that. Council direct administration to look into the traffic and pedestrian safety concerns along Rainbow Falls Boulevard.
Great, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, a question to Councillor Narayan. Councillor Narayan, is your intention with this for something possibly to come back to the next budgeting process? I know we've talked about this. We've directed administration to look into it. I think there's been some more traffic control, but I wonder if bringing some larger solutions back to budgeting would be a good idea.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Sambo, and through His Worship. Essentially, what I'm looking for is information from administration on how to mitigate, on how to address this issue. So, not necessarily something in the budget, because or the 2026 budget. I think that's way too far down. If there's some, immediate solution to this problem. Again, whether it could be just more law enforcement, which is really a hit and miss, whether some more fixed solutions such as maybe speed bumps, any solutions really. We've got a lot of families when living across Chestermere, and there's quite a few on this particular strip, and they're quite concerned enough to connect and express some immediacy in this.
Great, thank you. Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Your Worship. If we don't want to wait until, the question to you, Councillor Narayan, if we don't want to wait until the next budgeting cycle, do we want to time-base this motion?
Thank you, and through His Worship to Councillor Worzanowski. I'll be looking to Mr. Edney as to how much time administration will need to bring some sort of report on this matter, and maybe then we can go ahead and put a timestamp on this.
Mr. Edney? No.
Worship, I would suggest sometime in September. Obviously, we're not going to be able to get it done for the next council meeting in 2 weeks, but one of the meetings in September, we could bring something back. That gives us all of August to look into it.
So then on that concern, should we just put by end of September 2025? There we go. Councillor Narayan? You good with that?
Yes, I'm good with that, and I'll read that with the understanding that we'll see more law enforcement on that particular strip as well through the summer.
Yeah, I think some overall comments on this being that this is a concern that traffic in general, I mean, every municipality hears about it, deals with it. I would say, though, that in our particular community right now, we're hearing a lot. And I do know that there's been, I think part of the intention, Councillor Ryan, with us speaking a little bit offline coming into this meeting, and so not to speak for you, so feel free to correct if I am wrong on this, but I think part of the concern with regards to this is I think there's a feeling that we've tried to take a number of steps to address this issue. And so that includes our councillors who sit on the Police Communications Committee, have tried to bring this concern forward multiple times to the Police Communications Committee. As the public is aware, for those who follow closely with our council meetings, they will know that we had an in-camera session with our staff sergeant from the RCMP. We obviously can't disclose the nature of that, but when we're hearing lots of concerns and council's having an in-camera conversation with the chief of police release, so to speak. That's because council has questions. There's also been other motions that have been made along the way with regards to some of these things, as well as this council stepped up in the 2025 capital budget that I believe we're going to be hearing more about later on with regards to putting one speed bump at every school as a traffic measure. So I think that, Councillor Ryan, if I may, I think what you were trying to do here is council's only tool really in the toolbox is when their concern is brought forward is for them to be able to make motions and for them to have items that are added to an agenda and for them to ask for something to be getting done for a problem that they are facing, and that this is following that proper legislative procedure. And so I think while I appreciate the time that administration is suggesting with regards to the end of September 2025, I would echo those comments that I would hope that that doesn't mean that there isn't going to be some follow-up here in the near future. And there also have been multiple calls from the Office of the Mayor, if you will, to the RCMP with regards to traffic concerns that we are having in our community. And so, Councillor Ryan, I believe that my small ramble there captures really what you're going after, is that this is a concern, and the way council is trying to address this concern is through a motion of council.
Yeah, I think you've quite eloquently captured that. And with that, I'm ready to read the motion and move that council direct administration to look into the traffic and pedestrian safety concerns along Rainbow Falls Boulevard and come back to a future meeting of council by the end of September 2025.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
I just had a thought, like it, so the motion says to come back to a future meeting of council. Do we want to say what we want them to come back with? A report or something to that effect? Otherwise, we're just asking people to just come back to the same room. Like, look into it and then come back to the same room. I'm just talking grammatically here.
No, I believe the motion is specific enough. I think that you don't want to hand tie our administration.
Come back with a report.
Our administration has, sorry?
Or come back with a report is what I'm asking for? Because we're just asking people to come back rather than come back and report back to us or something like that. Does that make sense?
Sure.
I'm just working with the language.
Sure.
So yeah.
Mr. Redney?
Oh, sure. I turned that off, but yeah, the comment I was going to make, Your Worship, was just everything we do come to council with is a report and has to be a report. So
Exactly.
It's semantics. If you want it in there, that's fine. But otherwise, we'll bring a report with anything we bring back.
Yeah. Yeah, I would suggest taking it out since we've made the motion multiple times. And yeah, absolutely. That is the only way that administration is able to bring something forward, is with a report. Councillor Wozzanowski?
No, I'm just going to comment in support of Councillor Narayan's motion. I mean, we all know the residents' traffic is a challenge, safety is a challenge. We know it's not a simple solution, so whatever that report looks like, we know that there's going to be work to do. So I will be voting in support of this motion.
Great, thank you. With that, I'll call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving now to our public input. Do we have anything that was signed in? Either I don't see anything on the paper. Was there any other sign in for public input here this morning looking to legislative services?
Through the chair, no, there is not.
Great, thank you. Moving now to item 5, which is our CAO report. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I don't have any update today for a CAO report that isn't already covered in a separate agenda item here. So,
Okay, thank you. So correspondence and information resolution tracker. This also is being presented by Mr. Edney.
all right, thank you, Your Worship. Just taking a quick look at the resolution tracker. As I mentioned, we keep everything we've completed at the back. You'll see we started to knock quite a bit off in the last couple of weeks on the completed side, but want to bring your attention to a couple of items that are still on the to be completed list. Item 4 from the top of the page, just related to Merganser Drive. We've got in there a completion date set for July 15th. That should actually be July 30th. It will be the end of July, has always been the target. For that, it's underway and is on track to be completed at that time. Also, just want to bring your attention to the following two council motions after that. Right now, those don't have a specific time frame on them, and the comment was we were going to come after census is completed. The census, of course, is complete now at this point. We'll have a report on that later. Unfortunately, we didn't get as much participation as we hoped for, but went well otherwise. The issue we have is there is a lot of data. Our hope was to bring a report on both of these to the 22nd of July. I don't think we're going to be able to comprehensively look at the entire community and actually get the data organized into something meaningful for the 22nd. We're going to see what we can do for either that or even potentially the 29th. So there may be a question, I guess, for council of, would you prefer to see us get this done without the census data, or would you like to see the census data incorporated? And if we can't get it all organized by the 22nd, it would then be a September, first meeting in September proposal. That's for the short-term rental bylaw and the short-term rental policy. We still have the R1L short-term bylaw that's coming, public hearing on the 22nd. We'll be able to get that data out. That's something that Kate's actually working on as we sit here, getting that data out to provide some information to council. So that process will still be fine from a timeline perspective. But the other two, I think we underestimated the ability to actually retrieve the data and make it meaningful from the system.
Yeah, my suggestion on that was, why don't we just leave it as is, because we have an agenda prep process, right? And through that agenda prep process, we're able to do that. And so because we leave the resolution tracker on there, or we could have it back on there, why don't we leave it to the agenda prep process through your ELT process that you have as well, right? So as you meet with your executive leadership team, you're able to do that. Then through our, with legislative services, through our agenda prep process, we'll be able to see that. And we could even just make a comment then on the 22nd or the 29th. If it's on there, great. And if it's not on there, we could just make the comments referencing the comments that we've made this morning.
All right. That sounds good.
Okay,
And otherwise, that's the only highlights I wanted to note on the resolution tracker right now.
great. Thank you. Council, does anyone have any questions with regards to the resolution tracker? Okay, I have a number. First of all, the very first one, the Governance and Priorities Committee Direct Administration to bring a report regarding strategies on how to provide incentives and retain businesses. So this one was made back in January, and I don't believe we've had any kind of an update since January. So we're 6 months out now from when that motion was made. So I'm wondering if a motion is needed to bring an update. I think it's more than reasonable for council to at least expect an update before the summer break, which would be July 29th, given that this is now a 6 month old, nearly 6 month old motion that was made. So I'm not sure if a motion is needed for that, but I would certainly like to see something added for the July 28th council meeting. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, my apologies, Your Worship, to you and council. That was one that, to be honest, I overlooked talking to our manager of economic development about. So that's actively underway. We've actually had some incentive programs in the city that we're working through what those looked like and whether we bring those back. So he's actively working on that report. I think we could be comfortable to say we can bring something back on the 29th to the GAP meeting. If you'd either like to make the motion or...
I don't think that's GAP. I think that's regular council. I think GAP's next week. No? Am I wrong?
Regular council's the 22nd, and then we finish off with GAP on the 29th.
Okay, thank you. Do you need a motion for that then to have it added for that final GAP, or can we just have it as part of the notes here that we're going to have it on there? Same agenda prep process, I guess. Okay, great. Thank you. The other one that I had was Council directed administration to work with RCMP on communication strategies with regards to crime prevention in Chestermere. This one's from May 27th. As we all know, we've had a rather serious incident that happened in the city of Chestermere, unfortunately on Canada Day. The RCMP, there was some phone calls back and forth. After those phone calls, the RCMP did release a statement where, thankfully, there has been 2 arrests made in that particular situation, and the investigation is ongoing. But I think that is one of the things that highlights, because we are different, say, than, and where this came from again, the background on this is that we are different than, say, the Calgary Police Service. So CPS has their own social media page. They use it all the time. If you follow it, I follow their page. If you follow it, they will report on traffic, serious incidents, those sorts of things. We understand that there's some challenges due to the RCMP being federal, with them having their own social media presence. So I think that that's where this came from. And then we had an incident where, just wondering about timeliness of that. So I'm just wondering about this motion and where it's sitting with administration, given the reason this motion was made was exactly because of what happened this weekend, so that we are then helping to communicate messages, because while it was a serious incident, I think that the good part on it is that as an update, arrests were made, and also the approval within our capital budget for the CCTV footage, because of the installation of those cameras, we've also been able to use that, the RCMP. The RCMP have been able to utilize that as part of the investigation. So those are some steps that have been taken, but that's where I see it as a communication strategy to communicate to the public that when something happens, there is a response and there is coordination between the city of Chestermere and the RCMP. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So I know Director Fluker is working with Staff Sergeant Clausen on this, and I believe our comms team with Candace is involved as well. I'm not sure the status of what they've come up with yet, but we'll come back. I can provide a better update on this one at our next meeting on the 22nd.
Great, thank you. And the only other question I had was on, there's 3 motions, all from May 27th. They all have to do with the golf course. I'm just wondering, with regards to those, there's been some other updates, like for example, but they have been because of the nature of that. Should we be listing on our updates by managers? We make motions to accept for information conversations that happened in camera. Should those be captured in the notes to demonstrate that there's progress forward on a project? I'm just wondering if that is appropriate for something. Obviously, not the nature of them, but I'm just wondering if that should be something that's captured in the notes. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So looking at those 3 in particular, I would actually suggest those are complete. And should have been taken off of here. Because they were related specifically to the purchase agreement. We, of course, have a in-camera item on the golf course today, but it would be a different set of motions if there's a different set of motions. So we're trying to keep on here just the ones that need some action to follow up with. So none of our received for information or anything like that. So I do apologize. Those 3 should be marked off as complete at this point.
Great, thank you. That was all the questions I had with regards to the resolution tracker. Looking to council, is there any final questions with regards to the resolution tracker? Seeing none, I believe that we're going to accept for information. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the council accept the 2024 and 2025 resolution tracker for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, then, I believe that we are going to open the public hearing. So the public hearing for bylaw 016-25, which is the Waterford Stage 1 Phase 6 Land Use Bylaw, Land Use Amendment. So for the public hearing, we'll make a motion here to open the public hearing. So can I have Councillor make the following motion to open the public hearing, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council open the public hearing for bylaw 016-25, being the Waterford Stage 1, Phase 6 Land Use Bylaw Amendment at 9:25 a.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Any individual or group that wishes to present at the public hearing must register on the designated sign-in sheet either in support or in opposition of the proposed bylaw. The public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. The use of audio or video recording devices and cameras by the public or press is prohibited. Well, I'm going to be, here's the outline for the public hearing process is we'll have a staff report from administration, presentation from the applicant if this is applicable, presentations from the public in support, presentation from the public in opposition, any rebuttal presentation from the applicant limited to the comments received or heard in opposition if applicable, and then final questions from administration. So I'm going to call for the staff report from administration to introduce the proposed bylaw, and I believe that this is being presented by Josh David, Planner 1.
Howdy.
Good morning.
To the chair, good morning, mayor and council. My name is Josh David, Planner 1 with Community Growth and Infrastructure. Today I'll be presenting a request for decision on bylaw 016-25, which proposes amendments to the land use bylaw in the Waterford Stage 1 outline plan area. I'd like to note that the applicant Matt from Douglas Developments is also here to make a brief presentation and answer any questions when I'm done. So the city has received an application seeking amendments to land use bylaw 020-24 as amended, as well as the Waterford Stage 1 outline plan. The proposed amendments involve a redesignation of a portion of Waterford Stage 1 located in the city's southwest. The proposed amendments involve a redesignation or rezoning from residential single detached R1 to residential planned lot front drive R1 PFD, from residential single detached R1 to residential planned lot rear lane R1 PRL, and from a residential multi-unit R3 to a residential single detached R1 site. These changes are aimed to provide additional housing units as well as a variety of product to address current planning policy as well as market preferences, while still keeping the single detached housing units of the community. The proposed bylaw aligns with the general intent of the policies within the applicable guiding documents. The outline plan will need to be amended, as will the land use bylaw. This amendment would result in the creation of 11 more single-family detached residential dwellings. These amendments would also see the creation of an additional pathway connection in the area, as well as the elimination of an existing R3 site in favor of an R1 site. So often amendments that propose slightly higher density residential dwellings are perceived to result in quality of life concerns for the adjacent neighborhood. These concerns may increase traffic congestion or on-street parking availability. However, given the small area included within the proposed designation, administration does not perceive this to be a significant risk and expects the lands redesignated to complement the existing character of the Waterford community. As part of the public hearing process, adjacent landowners and the public were notified of the hearing, enabling individuals wishing to speak in opposition or in favor the opportunity to speak to council. Overall, administration sees minor risks in approving this amendment. Thank you very much. Are there any questions at this time?
Great, thank you. Are there any initial questions for administration on the presentation? Okay, seeing none. Is there a presentation from the applicant this morning?
There is, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Call on the applicant. I believe it's Matt's coming. Awesome.
Douglas Developments.
Thank you, Josh. Mayor, Council, thanks for having me today. Just going to briefly walk you through the rationale for proposed land use amendment with our adjustment to the R1 lots to R1P and R1 FD, specifically from 45 feet to 30 feet and 36 feet. It's a modest and thoughtful change. It increases the overall density of the development marginally from 8.05 units per acre to 8.11. Very minimal shift. We're adding 11 lots, as Josh spoke to, but we are removing 2 R3 lots as well. These changes help us to address critical challenge, which is housing affordability. By introducing more flexible lot sizes, we can deliver entry-level single-family housing to meet current market demands, especially for young families and first-time home buyers. Importantly, we've also enhanced the plan by adding a new walkway that's to connect residents to the pond, an added community amenity that we think will be well received. Originally, our plan didn't include any R1 FD. It was a product that we weren't familiar with. Chestermere was known at the time of this outline plan as traditionally a large single-family estate homes. Obviously, everything that's happened in the last 5 to 7 years, that has changed. We still want to offer single-family homes to new home buyers, just on a smaller scale. And we feel that this land use amendment is going to do that. So, like I said, small change. It's going to add Waterford and Chestermere more housing choice, stronger tax growth, and continued delivery of promising communities. And want to thank you for your support today.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from council for the applicant? Seeing none, okay. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Gotta be faster, guys. No, just kidding. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the presenter, is that a certain matrix that you use? I know it's, you can't really get it accurate, but it's a matrix to determine the number of people, that will be living in these residences. So let's just say, an average of 3 in a single family, and compare that to the R3 which you had initially planned. I'm just trying to think in terms of the number of people on the street.
As far as parking wise, or
just living, because here's what I'm coming at. Because when I see 11 more units, that's at least 33 more people on that street, and at least 22 more cars. Am I looking at this correctly? Or is
yeah,
it
your numbers are correct. I guess if you guys have a, if you want to look at the screen here, the land use amendments is spread out actually over 6 city blocks. So when we talk of additional 11 units and 3.2 using the Alberta statistics, your number of 30 is not wrong, but it is spread out over a significant area. If you kind of look on the map here, we stretch that big corner in the southwest, the adjacent road across, and then if you go down roughly about a city and a half block, there's another amendment for that block, and then another 2 blocks. So it is spread over quite a vast area. So we like to look at like the overall density going from 8.05 to 8.11 per acre. So that's less than 1. Your increase on that is pretty marginal on a per acre basis. Okay. So, and if you think of 8 units per acre, 0.06, pretty small when you think of the grand scheme of things.
Okay, yep, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, thank you. Thank you. So with that now, moving to the next section here of our public hearing will be our public presentations. And so I'm going to start with the people who are in support of this. Anyone coming forward, we'll call them in order of appearance on how they sign in on the sheet, or otherwise we'll be asking you to identify who you are, and we're going to be calling 3 times. If anyone is presenting, they have up to 5 minutes to present if they're speaking in support of the presentation. So, calling for the first time, anyone who wishes to speak in support of this development. Seeing none, I just looked at the legislative services. Did we have anyone signing on the sheet? No, thank you. So, calling a second time for anyone who wishes to speak in support of the development. And calling a third time for anyone who would like to wish to speak in support of the amendment. Okay, seeing none. Now we'll go to those who wish to speak in opposition. First of all, looking at the legislative services, did we have any? Nope, we had no reports or anything come in opposition. Great, thank you. Calling the first time for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition of the amendment. Calling a second time for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the amendment. And calling a third time for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the amendment. It's the easiest public hearing ever. Thank you. So I don't believe we'll have anything that is in rebuttal to anything, because nobody spoke in opposition, so that's pretty simple. Council questions. Looking back to council, does anybody have any final questions for either the presenter or for administration with regards to this amendment? Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through your worship, thank you, Matt, for bringing this to council. I don't believe I was present at first reading, so I'm looking to council to maybe share some of their feedback, how they feel about the second reading. I do appreciate also through his worship administration to our presenter how you've laid out some of the opportunities for more kind of recreational space and access to some of that green space, and addressing what our residents are concerned about is some of that higher density R3 lots, and also being able to provide, affordability in a different way. So thank you for bringing that. But yes, I would like to hear from council if there's anything you want to add. No?
We can't do that right now
Okay,
because just
fine.
as a point of order,
Yeah.
we can do that when we get to the second and third readings. We're not doing that
We're
right
almost
now.
there.
This is
Okay.
only for the public hearing, and so any directions at the moment, any questions at the moment, need to either be directed to the staff or to administration specifically regarding the presentation.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Through the chair, not to Councillor Worzanowski. So my thoughts on it are that I'm struggling with, and I'm not struggling with this topic, I'm struggling with what does our community want to see when it comes to density? Is it hyper dense areas, or is it maybe marginally more dense neighborhoods? And I'm not quite sure what's better at this point, but I think it does offer options for new families, young families. So that's a good thing. But yeah, I don't see this as a positive or a negative for density. I think it's just a change in the product, really. But I do wonder if it's really that hyper density, those hyper dense areas that cause more traffic and congestion, that is the issue, rather than a more dense single family neighborhood. So yeah, those were just my thoughts I've had about this presentation and really about Chestermere's density as a whole.
So is there a specific question with regards to this amendment? Councillor Grant.
No, my question I think was answered by mostly Matt's comments there, but I did kind of want to provide my dialogue on how I received them.
Okay, thank you. Looking to either the applicant or administration, would you like to respond to any of to Councillor Grant's comments with regards to that? Nope, we're good. Okay, thank you. Final opportunity, if you will, to council if you have any questions for either the applicant or for administration. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a only question with this change is aligned with our MDP.
Kate? Ms. Doherty?
Wonderful question, Councillor Randhawa. I just would like a point of clarification. Are you speaking about our existing MDP or the MDP that we are currently under review with? Both. Yes, it is in alignment with both.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, so with that, I'm going to call for a motion to close the public hearing. Can I have a councillor make the following motion to close the public hearing, please? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council close the public hearing for bylaw number 016-25, being the Waterford Stage 1, Phase 6 Land Use Bylaw Amendment at 9:40 a.m.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So with that, now we'll move to Planning and Development Bylaw 016-25, Waterford Stage 1, Phase 6 Land Use Bylaw. The amendment, so now we're actually going to look at whether or not council will approve second and third reading of the bylaw. So going back to Josh David, Planner 1, with the presentation for the bylaw.
So through the chair, so I want to reiterate the whole presentation. So the outline plan and the land use redesignation are two separate processes that need to occur concurrently. To reduce the redundancy, there'll just be one presentation that'll cover both of them. So our motion request regarding the land use amendment today is that council give second reading to bylaw 016-25, being amendments to the land use bylaw 2024 as amended, as shown on Schedule A of bylaw 016-25. And then that council give third and final reading to bylaw 1625, being amendments to the land use bylaw 2024 as amended, as shown on Schedule A of bylaw 16-2025. So is there any other further questions at this time?
Great, thank you. I believe procedurally we should make the motion to give second reading and then see if there's any, right? So can I have a councillor make the motion that council gives second reading to bylaw 016-25? Councillor Ryan?
Let's move that council gives a second reading to bylaw number 016-25, being amendments to the land use bylaw number 024-24 as amended, as shown on Schedule A of bylaw number 016-25.
Great, thank you. So now we'll have comments, questions from council, and going back to Councillor Warzanowski, we've had a couple speak to it, if anyone else wishes to speak to it, but any other comments or questions with regards to the second reading of this bylaw? Deputy Mayor.
I had some questions about the sight lines that are proposed here. Because we're increasing or decreasing the width of these properties, are we increasing the height of these properties?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
So nothing, the roof lines will stay about the same?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I also wasn't here for first reading, so through you to Councillor Warzanowski, my comments are not about first reading, but I do have some other comments I'd like to make. The first thing is it's really nice to see applications come forward that really are trying to make communities better. I like seeing more green space. I like seeing things that I think Chestermere likes to see, like reducing R4s and R3s. And when I'm seeing adding 11 on over 1,000, I think that's what it was, over 1,000 parcels, that doesn't seem like very much to me. I do have some concern about the parking, which is what Councillor Narayan also brought up. But when I'm processing this, I think that when we have larger homes, we tend to also have multi-generational homes in Chestermere, which often means more adults, which often means more parking. So I'm not sure that this would really deeply impact this community.
Okay, thank you. Good, okay. Any other final comments or questions with regards to second reading? Councillor Narayan?
Thank you, Your Worship. And please let me know if I'm digressing here, because this is with respect to Phase 6 of the Waterford stage. I do also see that there's a future school in plant as well. Do we know what stage will that be coming in?
I'll let Matt speak to that.
Great question. Yeah, the school site is part of Waterford Phase 5. So the school site is, all the pipelines and stuff has been stripped from it, and we are just waiting for the communication with Rocky View County on when that school site...
Rocky View Schools.
Sorry, Rocky View Schools, yeah.
Really important.
Okay, yeah. My bad. So that school site is ready in a previous phase, Phase 5. It is located, let me see, from Phase 6, it's directly north and slightly northwest, but it will be ready at the end of this year for Rocky View schools.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. I thought there was an update on that, but I didn't want to be wrong. But yeah, I thought we had chatted about that last week, I think. Yeah. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
So I think I have one question, and through you to, I guess whoever might be able to answer this, because I might be showing some ignorance here. We see a lot of land use changes to from one residential to a different type of residential, and not so many from a residential to a commercial property. I'm a huge fan of the corner store. And I'm sad that we don't see that coming in new communities anymore. And I'm wondering if that's because part of our new MDP is to increase our commercial developments in Chestermere. Is that something that you're hearing from developers as something that they would be amenable to having the corner store in these communities, so people don't have to go so far for a Slurpee or a jug of milk?
Yeah, I can speak to that as well. It's a great question. I know commercial sites generally everywhere right now are quite high in demand. I can speak specifically to Waterford. We have 2 designated commercial sites. The first one, when you first come in off Rainbow Road, which is currently under construction, set to be completed in Q1 of 2026. Phase 5 also had a commercial site. It was going through some negotiations with a pretty large anchor tenant with the Loblaws Group. I'm not sure where that ended up. But typically in Chestermere, our commercial guys tend to get more mom and pop sort of commercial, like especially in Waterford, where you're off a main road. It's tough to get a Tim Hortons or a McDonald's. You don't have that exposure that these guys typically want. So I think our community typically is going to attract sort of the smaller scale commercial, whether it be a daycare, hairdresser, local restaurant. But I know it is in high demand. I don't have a great answer of what anchor tenants they have, but my guess is they will be sort of mom and pop, for lack of a better word, applicants and for the commercial site.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I would through the chair to you. I would really agree with that. We have our kids, going to, they want to go and get some candy or something. They have to cross the boulevard to get there, and it's really not that safe. On this side of Chester or of Rainbow Road, there's not much currently. There's more coming in. So I'm just looking to sort of put a challenge out there to future developments all across Chestermere and maybe in Alberta, I guess. Start thinking about keeping us local, our residents local, so that we don't have to worry about our kids crossing big major streets to go get us a jug of milk or a pound of or a bag of sugar. That'd be great. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, a question to Mr. Edney or someone on your team. Has there been any changes to zoning or any intensification in Waterford since the outline plan was originally passed?
Mr. Hardy?
That is a great question, Councillor Sambo. Top of head, I can't answer that question, so we can definitely go back and do some research and provide that information to you. Matt might know better offhand, but I can't speak to it. I apologize.
Yeah, this would have predated me. There is a very small amendment, and please don't quote me on this. I can get the answer for you in phase 2, and I want to say it was 6 lots, and it was actually a reduction from R3 to R1 as well. So a lot of the time when we do these outline plans, we're looking for land use. We want the blocks to have synergies. So yeah, the previous one, which we can go back and look, was a reduction. So, and I believe it was phase 2, which would have been early COVID years. So.
Great, thank you. I just want to encourage council, if any of your questions need to be with relation to the second reading of the bylaw. right? Because now we are out of public hearing and we are into the second reading of the bylaw. So just a caution to council and with regards to just point of order right now that the questions need to be specific to whether we want to see any changes to the land use bylaw under the second reading now of this bylaw, as we are now out of public hearing. So any other questions from council with regards to second reading of the bylaw, any amendments that you would wish to see to the second reading of the bylaw? Councilor Wozzanowski.
No, I'll save it after we present them. Or the motion is here for a second.
Motion
reading.
is on the floor for a
On the floor, so
second
I'll
reading.
comment through our worship, our administration, and actually to our residents. You know, earlier, Councillor Grant mentioned that, you know, he doesn't see a marginal difference in the densification, which is generally a concern of our residents. And we know what's being presented here changes some of the lots from R3 to a modified R1 without changing the densification with any real impact. So I'd just encourage that our residents that before we go to third reading, there's not a single resident that's come forward and been in support or against this bylaw. So before we get to third reading, to satisfy some of the concerns that Councillor Grant and myself and possibly the rest of council may have on how the residents feel about this, because it seems like a small change. So we'd like to hear about that, but for now, yeah, I'd be willing to move forward with voting in favor of the second reading of this bylaw.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Wozzanowski. The opportunity for public input was part of the public hearing. So there is no longer now an opportunity for that. That would be part of the public public hearing. So that's where that opportunity was for residents to respond. That now sits with council. The public hearing has now closed. Questions to the applicant should have been brought forward during the public hearing. Now we're at the administrative process of second reading. So I believe we're at a point now where we have satisfied. It sounds to me like none of the questions right now are in relation to any amendments that anybody wants to see with regards to second reading. So with that then, I would like to call for the vote for the second reading of bylaw 016-25. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I think it's appropriate at this time then, given the fact that we did not have either opposition or in support of, and seeing that there was no amendments made to second reading, I think it's appropriate then to move forward with the third and final reading. So can I have a councillor make a motion for third and final reading to bylaw 016? Councillor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw 016-25, being the amendments to the land use bylaw 020-24 as amended as shown on Schedule A of bylaw 016-25.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Just a point of order. Should we not give authorization to give third and final reading? Vote on that first before we give third and final reading?
No, just a reminder that the only time that needs to be done is if you are doing all three readings in one council meeting. That is the only time that needs to be done. We do not need to do that if we're only doing second and third reading. Deputy Mayor? Okay. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Your Worship. In addition to some of the items that I've spoken about earlier today, as there has not been any feedback provided in favor or against this during our public hearing, and we've since passed our second bylaw, and there's not a significant change to the densification of this area, I will be voting in support of this final reading.
Thank you. Any changes that anyone wishes to see before third and final reading? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then we also have request for decision Waterford Stage 1 Outline Plan Amendment. Also, this is item 9.1.2, also being presented by Josh David, Planner 1.
Thank you. Yep. So as previously mentioned, the land use redesignation and the outline plan are going concurrently. So our motion for the outline plan is that the council approve Waterford Stage 1 outline plan dated April 2025 as amended as shown in attachment A.
Great, thank you. Can I have the motion, please? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council approve the Waterford Stage 1 outline plan dated April 2025 as amended as shown in attachment A.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council with regards to the outline plan? Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, I just had one comment about the shape of the outline plan and the connectivity of these roads into areas that aren't done yet. I feel like they're going to be a little bit disjointed, and maybe there's reasons beyond what I can see on a piece of paper here on why it was done, but it does lend questions of how this will build out and how residents will commute in and out of the area.
Great question. Is it possible to get the yes? Okay. To speak to your question, Councillor Grant. Yeah, this is a perfect one. So there is 40 acres currently, which is the strip that runs just north of us, between us and Chelsea, which is owned by Anthem Properties. We are in communication not only with Anthem for the design, which will be coming forward, but also for the purchase and a joint venture on that land. So behind the scenes, I can confirm that there has been discussion on sort of land use and road synergies along with the pond. There's going to be a pond that splits both properties. So I can confirm those communications are ongoing and been very productive. So
We also saw too at the open house that was held for that particular development, some of the plans, and what triggered this memory was that storm pond, right? And the way that some of that storm water is going to be utilized, running down through that community. So that was something that was presented at their open house, which is obviously a separate development. But they showed us too at that one the synergies that are happening between these two developments. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion for the change to the outline plan? Seeing none, call for the vote. Great, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to suggest we take a short recess and we will come back at 10:10. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Coming out of our recess here, we're going to now move to 9.3.1 under corporate services. This is request for decision. I apologize. We're moving to item 9.2.1, request for decision, the signing of the memorandum of understanding for Invest Greater Calgary, and this is being presented by Nimish Patel, our manager of economic development. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, and through you, good morning to all the councillors. So I'm here to recommend the council direct the mayor to sign the City of Chestermere Memorandum of Understanding, an MOU, to be a founding member of Invest Greater Calgary. A little bit of a background. I won't read the whole thing because I think we've gone through this before, but this is the IGC, which is what we're called now, Investor Greater Calgary. Previously, it was CMR. It was Calgary Regional Economic Development, so CRED. It was initiated in November of 2023, my first month here in this organization, and we've gone through a bunch of iteration as this was. It's a startup for regionalism, and so we've gone through a bunch of different iterations, gone through a legal process, and finally come to a final draft, and we're at the launching pad. In October of 24, this council approved a budget of $12,000 a year towards the IGC initiative, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But where we are now, we're at the MOU signing. By the end of next week, all the regions will have, mayors and reeves will have signed. And on the first week of August, we are doing a public launch of this. And we're still working on what that will look like. But that's where we're at right now.
Okay, so I'm just curious exactly what we're looking to do today.
This is as a formality.
Yeah.
To for you to sign the MOU or to council direct you to sign the MOU.
Okay. I'm wondering if you have heard back from other municipalities when they expect to do this.
Airdrie did this 2 weeks ago, and
with their council.
No, they didn't have to go to council. So some councils, some municipalities, they didn't have to go to council. Some are taking it to council. Initially, when I spoke to the CAO, he mentioned that we may not have to actually go through council, but we felt that it was that we should present it.
Okay, because but there's a financial budget implication here. So I'm just curious how, because is that not what's under the funding piece? The 45% population, 45 is just like there's a financial commitment. So
the 12,000 was approved
from us. Sorry, I'm just curious how Airdrie would be able to proceed without going to their council.
They've all approved. October 2024, all the municipalities approved the budget.
Yeah.
For the 3 years commitment.
Right. Okay, Mr. Edney.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. So just for clarity, yes, there was a previous motion by council to allocate the $12,000 funding to what was CRED at the time.
Yep.
Since then, they've rebranded and turned into Invest Greater Calgary. And attached in the agenda package is the new, memorandum of understanding of how that entity is going to operate and participate going forward. I felt like this MOU was not part of the original funding request. The funding was to do what CRED was doing. This is to do what Invest Greater Calgary now is doing. So I felt it was important for council to see this MOU, make sure it's something the city of Chestermere supports and wants to be a part of, and give then you the direction to go ahead and sign this and continue to participate in this. If council decided you don't want to be part of Invest Greater Calgary and want to do something different, this would be the opportunity to say, no, we don't want to be part of that. We're not going to sign the MOU. We're going to go do our own thing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I think what I'm wrestling with is, so as I mentioned during the moment of reflection, one of the great things that happens during Stampede is the opportunity to connect with other municipalities and with ministers and with both people, government officials from all levels of government. And so I've had the opportunity to speak with other mayors about this, and they were unaware of this particular MOU right now. And so I'm just wondering about Chestermere going first right now. So on Monday, there is a regional meeting on Monday afternoon at 3:00 that's going to involve all of the people that are listed on this signing page. Because I do notice, for example, that Mayor Thorne and Mayor Brown are listed on this signing page as though they would be signing this as well. And what I know from speaking with both of those individuals was they were unclear about this particular MOU. And so my preference at the moment would be, and it is not, my preference on this, and I want to be really clear about this, is it's not that we are not in support of what's happening with this. I think we may need some more information. And I would like the opportunity, with council's indulgence, to go to this meeting on Monday that is going to involve these mayors, that's going to be about a conversation, about a greater conversation about how regionally this could work. I would like then the opportunity, because we have now made this public, I would like the opportunity then to email the mayors that are listed on this and say that this is something that has been presented to our council, and have some greater conversations. I think that one of the strengths, however we all may feel about the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board that's now been disbanded, I also think there's been changes because that CMRB was disbanded. So with council's indulgence, what I would actually like to do with this item today is to defer it. And have the opportunity to gather some more information from the mayors who are listed, since we have listed them publicly, and speak with them on Monday at the meeting to get their thoughts with regards to the MOU. So I believe Lead Services has prepared a motion as such. So if I have support from council on this, so I think it would be an opportunity for administration to also investigate, right, and find out what's happening at the regional level with regards to this, because I would love to know. I would like some more information, right? If Chestermere goes first, what does that mean, right? And I don't know if we have enough information in terms of Chestermere going first on signing this MOU right now. So I'm uncomfortable signing the MOU until I talk to our regional partners with regards to this, I guess, to be very clear on how I'm feeling about this, and would like that opportunity. So do I have a counselor that would be comfortable making this motion? I see a couple blinking lights, so I'm going to start with, and if it's not making the motion, if you just have a comment or question. This is a comment or question, Councillor Grant? Okay, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I do understand your sentiment. I see the risk as low, and I feel that your conversations are probably not going to change anything. Although I would like you to be comfortable with this as well. So, well, I think that I would be okay moving forward with this. I think being a part of these groups from an economic standpoint is something we're trying to achieve. We need to be at a lot of these tables, right? This is where you meet the right people. This is where you get the opportunities. So, well, I do think this is a good group that could have some good points coming out of it, or some good work coming out of it. I do want you to be comfortable with that, so I would support you.
Yeah, I mean, again, it'd be ironic to there's a certain irony, because I talked about at the beginning how much we've all seen success at Stampede with the conversations that we're having. I think the more that we're able to network and do those networks, I think would be really, really good. I guess where it comes from is during some of my kind of offline conversations with people that are listed on here, and an awareness there, I would just like to have a full awareness from those mayors as to where we're sitting municipality to municipality with regards to this right now. And in terms of deferring, we might even bring this back next week, right? I just think Monday could give us that opportunity. We could even bring it forward as an emergent item since we've all seen it. And we could even bring it forward as an emergent item next Tuesday since my meeting is Monday afternoon. Councillor Narayan?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm prepared to read the motion. I concur with both you and Councillor Grant that I think it'll be ideal for you to have that meeting on Monday and then move forward. I will also say that I'm a little skeptical. I wasn't a big fan of the CMRB. I don't think it was very beneficial to the city. But at the same time, the risk is low, and it's $12,000 is what our contribution will be. But to your point, yes, it'll be good for you to have that conversation. Just one clerical error. I think you've spelled greater wrong. It should say invest. There you go. So I move council defer agenda item 9.2.1 being the signing of memorandum of understanding, Invest Greater Calgary IGC, and direct administration to investigate all implications regarding signing the MOU and come back to a future meeting of council with a report.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions either from council or administration with regards to the motion? Nimish?
Yeah, so I was not made aware of this because I spoke to IGC yesterday at an event. So we were not made aware that the mayors are meeting. And we had a committee meeting last week, and that's when I was made aware from my counterpart at Airdrie that we're signing this that day. So obviously something must have changed.
That Airdrie was signing this?
Yeah.
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 That Airdrie's mayor was signing this?
Yeah. The Airdrie's mayor was signing the MOU that
Okay.
within a day or two. So anyway, so this is all new information to me.
Yeah, and I guess to be fair to administration, okay, thank you. Councillor Worzanowski?
Since you're meeting, your worship, since you're meeting with your peers from other municipalities on Monday, I would just suggest that, I don't know if this is time-based, but it sounds like it is from our presenter, that we just say by the end of July. So you can make the decision and move forward, or maybe at the next meeting of council. That's all I would just suggest that friendly, because the report could come in September and when we've already missed the boat.
Sure. Okay. Great, thank you. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would support this motion as well, but I have a question that's come to mind through you to Mr. Edney and then to Mr. Patel. If the MOU is signed or if it isn't signed, what impact would that have on the activities that Chestermere is taking for economic development?
I think it would set us back quite a bit. Let me just give you an example. Over the next 2 days, I'm participating in an initiative that Calgary Economic Development had initiated, where we're hosting 10 economic developer site selectors, not economic developers, but industry site selectors from all over North America: New York, Tennessee, Quebec, Indiana, Ohio, Texas, Michigan, California, and Kansas. Now, this was an initiative that was initiated by Calgary Economic Development. IGC, we canvassed and we pushed hard to get ourselves into it. Something like this, if we were to go out on our own, it would cost us $100,000 to do, just as us municipality. By doing this over the next 2 days, it gives me an opportunity to sit down in a conference boardroom session, presenting seminars, and a social event where you can build rapport and build a relationship. It's costing us $1,700. It would have cost us $1,700, but Calgary Economic Development is picking up the full tab. So by being involved in something like this, our contribution, our annual contribution is $6,445. I had asked for $12,000 because there's going to be a lot of initiatives where it's going to be an option. It's going to be pay to play. And so I needed that buffer. So if something like this was to come up and it was a pay to play, then I have some room to participate. So, in my opinion, if we're focusing on commercial and industrial especially, this would set us back because the focus of regionalism is investment attraction, big picture stuff, right? And so we wouldn't be part of that. We wouldn't be part of the conversation. Looking back, there's municipalities, regional municipalities around us that had decided not to be part of this when this was initiated in 2023. Now they're kicking themselves and they want to come back in. So people are recognizing through research and through historical success stories around North America that regionalism works. It's a long term, obviously over the long term, but you got to start somewhere. And I think this is a great this is a great initiative, great platform with minimal amount of capital for our small community. So I think the benefits outweigh the downside at a relatively nominal entry fee.
Do you know what has happened with the money that moved from the CMRB to IGC?
I'm looking at this presentation here, down here, and I think there was, so far in 2025, there was 40,000 that was attributed to IGC. We still don't have actually clarity on what is going on with those funds.
Because I thought the money from CMRB went to Invest Greater Calgary.
We're actually not at the IGC level. We're actually questioning what we're going to be getting.
Okay.
So this is maybe a conversation on Monday that you should have with the regional leaders.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. To listening to the presenter Namish, this is just a suggestion, but it's your call. So instead of deferring, can we table it and then you can check your due diligence? Or
Not table, defer.
Oh, okay.
We're not tabling, we're wanting to, so there's already the motion on the floor, unless you're going to suggest a motion to table, which you can, obviously. I do not believe that we should table this motion. We should defer this motion as per the motion.
Sure, no problem. I agree. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? Sorry, Deputy Mayor?
Through the chair, through administration to our presenter, Nimish, would you please help me understand what this pay-to-play thing is? What does that mean, and is that like conference fees or something to that effect, or are we only getting a membership card and then we have to pay to go to meetings for this group?
The pay-to-play portion that I mentioned, like I said, our contribution to the IGC is $6,445, but in the budget we'd ask for $12,000. The extra, approximately $5,400, is a buffer. So let's just say this initiative that I'm participating in over the next 2 days, let's say that's not part of, as a committee, as IGC committee, we all say that, okay, well, this does not benefit all of us. So, IGC, we take a vote on it, and if the vote is that, yeah, since this does not benefit all the communities, any communities that do want to participate can pay their way in. So that's the pay to play that I mean. So it could be this sort of initiative, it could be some sort of a research. Let's say there's some sort of a research that Calgary Economic Development and some other groups are doing, and it's something that would really resonate with where we are in our backyard, but not, let's say, Okotoks, Cochrane, or Airdrie, and we vote that since this is not ideal for everybody, but 2 or 3 communities, if you do want to participate, then that's the option that we have to pay to play, just on that research initiative, right?
Yeah. I just had thoughts about it is a relatively small number when it comes to municipal budgets. That said, it's on me to make sure that it's being spent correctly. So to me, I don't have enough information. So I actually am in favor of deferring this to after the meeting next week.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Grant, I'd switch screens momentarily. Sorry, 1 sec. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair, I just want to make some comments about what Mr. Patel was speaking about the site selectors. So in my limited experience in economic development, there's kind of some major points here that are really holding us up on attracting investment. And the first one being having land that is site ready. It's critical that this land is available for when the opportunity comes. The second part is, as Mr. Patel mentioned, the relationship with those site selectors cannot be understated. They are the ones that are looking in the areas, they're looking where to make the investment, and they're making the recommendations to their businesses. So I see this as we're investing 5% of the money, and in my opinion, we probably have 20% of the opportunity, just because of our geographic location and the proximity of Calgary to us. So I just want to again reiterate that, as we all know, as you have mentioned, Mayor, many times, the relationship aspect can't be understated, and this is the value in being part of the IGC, is that you're developing the relationships not necessarily within the IGC, but within the IGC's connections to business, and that's important in my opinion. But having said that, I still want everybody to be comfortable that we're moving forward. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that I see this as a good step, and no, we're not going to put all our eggs in this basket, but it is a basket that we should be putting eggs into.
And if I can add to that, it's just not the relationships that you have with the site selectors. Yesterday I had a conversation with the head of Invest Canada's direct investment group, and we talked about regionalism, and he goes, he's a big supporter of regionalism, because when Invest Canada looks at large projects, so if they're talking to somebody in Germany and they're looking at a large project, they don't necessarily look at Chestermere or, Okotoks. They look at the region, and so Invest Greater Calgary, what are we going to be doing? We're going to be profiling the region to not just site selectors and industry, but to Invest Canada and their people, right? And he goes, this is perfect that you guys are doing this, because I've heard about this and it's great. It's a great initiative, right? Invest Alberta also feels that way.
Councillor Wozinski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I don't want to say much, but I can't help but just add a few comments. I do believe in moving forward with this initiative, of course, and bringing it back, and supporting our mayor in deferring the decision until we feel comfortable with it. I also understand Chestermere is in its infancy in regards to our economic development. We're relatively new to it. I know our presenter has only been here for a number of years, and we don't have much to offer. However, I think before we jump to conclusions, some of our neighbors have been very successful in developing their economic corridors without their neighbors. So it does exist. And also, sometimes you'll see examples where we have collaboration with some of our larger neighbors, and while we're invited to the table, we do not receive the benefits. I know there's a number of reasons for that. Having the availability to participate from an economic standpoint, I think, is our greatest challenge. So I would support this moving forward after deferment. Of course, I do support the motion that's on the table. However, we need to start looking at getting some results in this community for economic development. And let's hope that this is the start of it.
Great, thank you. Any final comments, questions with regards to the motion? Okay, thank you. I think so. I think too, based on the comments, I could see this very, very quickly coming back to council, including as soon as next week. Sorry, on the 22nd. Thank you. So as soon as the 22nd. So that'll certainly give me the opportunity to just connect with the other mayors, including probably running into a few as we still have Stampede events to go to today. So just, I appreciate that opportunity from council. So with that, we'll call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. We're now going to be moving to item 9.3.2, which is the Q1 variance report. And I also believe that we're putting together with it 9.3.3, which is the capital report, both of these being presented by Senator Joe Hall-Watt, our Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I am here to present the Q1 2025 City of Chestermere variance analysis for both capital and operating budgets. So recommendations to Council. That Council accept the Q1 variance analysis for the first quarter of 2025 as information. And secondly, that Council accept the capital budget update for information. So I will start with the 2025 Q1 January to March operating PowerPoint presentation. The purpose of this report is to provide details related to the 2025 Q1 operating budget financial activities. Staff is seeking a motion from council to accept the presentation as information. The next slide just documents the agenda for today's presentation. Remarks. The budget numbers were based on the final 2025 budget as approved in May 2025. Municipal and education tax calculations are based on the tax rate bylaw for 2025. Amortization expenses were calculated based on the budget and will be adjusted at year end. And lastly, expenses and revenues include accounts payable such as the RCMP contract, grants, utilities, and debenture payments. This slide just is a information slide for council and mayor, documenting the line items that are included under the GL categories such as user fees and charges. So just want to highlight some of the items that are included under user fees and charges, including items such as home-based businesses, franchise fees, and building permits. And under the fines, penalties, and licenses, items such as penalties, business licenses, and fines are included in this bucket. Summary of expenses by category. Under business and training expenses, there are items such as training and development, postage and courier charges, and bank charges. And under supplies and materials, there are GL line items such as clothing and shoes, and consumable or catered foods. And under the contracted and general services, we have line items such as accounting and audit fees, legal, and our insurance premiums, just to name a few. So the next slide, there's quite a bit of information here. So what I've done is analyzed the line-by-line variance report for council. So I will just go through the high-level variances. So the first item, we'll just start with CGI revenues. There is a $274,000 increase versus budget due to the increase in building permits. Administration budgeted less building permit revenue in 2025 versus 2024 due to trend analysis. And plan amendment revenue, subdivision and subdivision requests. Secondly, corporate services revenue is $71,000 higher versus budget due to an increase in tax certificate revenues, business licenses, and penalties. Community safety revenues are below budget by $237,000 due to timing for receiving fine revenues. They are currently lower than budget for both CPO and RCMP, again, due to timing. So the reports that I ran as early as this morning show an increase in fine revenues received and also generated by these two respective departments. And lastly, tax and general government revenues, $147,000 below budget due to a reduction in the franchise fee collections. And now just focusing to the expenses of Q1 actual versus budget. CGI expenses are lower due to vacant positions. Salary and associated benefits are lower than budget due to various positions not being filled at the end of Q1. Corporate services are also, that line item is also lower than budget due to projects not being started in Q1. Community operations expenses are lower than budget by $578,000 due to line items such as contracted repairs, maintenance and engineering structures, utilities and consumable items such as tools, oil and gas, etc. And lastly, community safety expenses are $273,000 under budget due to vehicle repairs and maintenance and salary and wages coming in under budget. The next slide, this slide indicates, next slide is the summary of revenue and expenses by category. So the figures are exactly the same. We are just looking at this snapshot in time in a different manner. So we are looking at line items such as taxes, education taxes, and so on. So I'm just going to high level cover where the significant variances are. So under license and permit revenue, exceeded trend analysis for Q1 based on CGI GL transactions. Secondly, user fees and charges revenue below budget due to lower than budget subdivision request fees and C2 land use planning permits. And lastly, fines and penalties, actual versus budget. Again, it's due to timing with fine revenue being received later than being indicated when this report was run. And personnel expenses, vacancies is lower than budget due to vacancies in various departments. And contracted and general services is lower than budget by $1.6 million due to various operating projects not started in Q1. We will see this variance being reduced in Q2 spring season as the weather improves and we get some of those projects awarded to various contractors. This slide indicates two additional columns for comparison with a 2025 budget remaining column, second in from the right-hand side, and a 2025 budget percentage column. So exactly the same information, just providing those two columns for information for mayor and council. Next slide, we have another representation of the 2025 Q1 versus 2024 Q1. So I just wanted to detail the differences between these 2 years. Taxes are higher versus 2024 due to growth and increase in assessed values. Secondly, education taxes are higher due to provincial requisition calculation. And lastly, licenses and permits are lower due to a slowdown in development year over year. However, in 2025, Q1, we have exceeded trend analysis, budget versus actual. In the expenses, Q1 2025 versus 2024, we do have an increase in personnel due to an addition of positions year over year. Contracted and general services is higher due to additional operating projects in 2025, also due to vacancies in key positions in CGI specifically. And lastly, an increase in requisitions, which is the RCMP contract, increase in the city portion that the city forwards to the federal government. So the next slide is just a visual representation of the line items that we've discussed. This is a summary of revenues by category 2025 Q1. So this, I'd just like to bring council's attention to what we've discussed a moment ago in regards to licensing and permits. That's in the middle of the chart there. We are higher than, actual is higher than budget. And fines, penalties, and licenses is lower than budget. That's the one that stands out a little bit in the diagram, but that's again due to timing. Summary of expenses by category. So this is a visual representation of Q1 expenses as previously discussed. So we see personnel expenses, again, a little bit higher in budget versus actual due to vacancies across departments. So just a couple of high-level notes. Revenues, again, exceed 2025 final budget due to a high volume of licensing and permitting based on trend analysis. So I had a detailed conversation with the manager of that department in ensuring that the trend analysis was shared with council. So we do have an increase versus what we budgeted, but it is still lower than 2024. And expenses currently are under budget due to various operating projects not commenced in Q1. However, we will see an uptick in that expense line item in Q2 as we award those contracts. And salary and wage expenditures are lower than budget because we do have some line items captured under the contracted personnel expense line item versus salary and wages. And lastly, under CGI, that department specifically was understaffed as of March 31st in the amount of $639,000. So just my last concluding statement for Mayor and Council. Staff is seeking a motion from Council to accept the 2025 Q1 January through March actual to budget variance as information.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I just wanted to add a couple comments onto what Ms. Joel Watt mentioned there. Looking at Q1 variance is a difficult exercise. She touched on it briefly there of, you're taking the full year's budget, dividing it by 12 months and multiplying it by 3. Most of our work and most of our expenditure on a lot of the contracted items and stuff happens in Q2 and Q3. So while it appears we may have a significant positive variance at this point coming out of Q1, I don't think it's something we can extrapolate moving forward. In fact, that's something we're going to work to have in the next variance report, is not just what is the variance as of this snapshot in time, but what do we forecast that variance to be through to the end of the year. So as Ms. Jo Hall-Watt mentioned, in some of our big items, staffing could be an example. At the end of March, we didn't have a lot of people, but we've filled some of those positions, and now that variance won't continue on. It'll catch up. Same on, repairs and maintenance, especially when we talk about roads and that kind of stuff as we get into summer season. So it's just always good to be careful coming out of Q1. There's normally a positive variance in Q1 that will get eaten up as the year goes on and we actually start expending those funds. Yeah, that was just my only comment on the operating side.
Great, thank you. Councilor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Your Worship, and comment through yourself to our CAO, Mr. Edney. Either you're getting to know us or you're predicting what questions you're going to ask, because it looks like you answered all that. So I want to share my appreciation for that. My question was going to be just that, and I know what's being presented isn't what's being forecasted, but I appreciate that you're keeping in mind how our money is going to be spent in the future. When I see this, I will say, from my limited financial background, that the variances seem reasonable and the explanations seem reasonable, and what's being presented are certainly reasonable. You can see, while we have some variances in both revenue and expense, they're really a drop in the bucket when it comes to the major revenues and expenses that we are forecasting. I know nobody has a crystal ball. My question would be, is if you did, how do the next 6 months look? But that's maybe a question for another day, because what's being presented is the variance. So I'm glad to see that we're looking at our numbers closely and look forward to seeing these, I think, quarterly. is when they'll be presented to us. So that Q2, that Q3, when the expenses start rolling out, be nice to see if we're on track to budget. Thank you.
If I may make a comment in regards to Councillor Worzanowski's comments, what we've done in regards to improving our processes and ensuring that council and mayor and CEO and our ELT receive the most finite and relevant and timely information is for Q2, not only will we be providing a forecast indicating how our funds will be expended in the coming months, we will be discussing any accounts that potentially do look like they will be overspent and provide that information to the leadership team so that we can get ahead of these items and ensure that we mitigate expenditures in the future, or we come back to council and provide that very transparent information and get ahead of these items before they occur.
Great, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Mr. Halawat. I really like how all this information is laid out. It's easy to digest, and it makes a lot of sense to me. You mentioned the one part that I was wondering about as well was if we're going off course, are we going to be aware soon enough to make course corrections? And I think you addressed that nicely, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness on that. It's important to me, and I know it's important to council. So, my other question was, someone said franchise fees, so my ears picked up. And you mentioned that there's a reduction to franchise fees. I just want to understand how that works, because in my opinion, I don't know if there should ever be a real reduction to franchise fees unless we lower the rate that we're charging of the franchise rate. So with more houses coming online, I'm kind of not sure why our fees would be less and not more.
Good question, Councillor Grant. That actually caught my attention as well. So I've sent an email to our controller just to find out because I don't want to give you misinformation. I just want to find out in regards to growth and more rooftops, why we're lower. So it could just be, if I was a betting person, a matter of timing. But I will find out that information and get back to Mayor, Council, and CAO right away.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mary. Yes, Mr. Shahawat, I would assume that you're largely right. Franchise fees are collected by the utility provider and then remitted to us. So I would assume that there is a delay in that remittance.
Great, thank you. With that, I believe the motion that we're looking for here is a motion just to accept for information. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I motion that council accept the Q1 variance analysis for the first quarter of 2025 for information.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Knowing our council as well as I do, I think, and knowing that there's probably going to be a number of questions with regards to capital projects and the capital budget, and knowing that we have guests coming at 11 a.m., I'm going to suggest that we take a short break. And so just administratively, what's going to be happening is we'll take a short break. We're going to be coming back. We will move to in camera. To deal with a number of items as the guests that are joining us are joining us for in-camera items. And then we will then proceed with the rest of our agenda moving forward after that. So we'll take a break and we will come back then and move to in-camera. Thanks, everyone. We'll come back at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
and then take a break for lunch. And then as we do have a presentation at 1 o'clock. So we'll move into in-camera, come out of in-camera for sure at noon to take our lunch break and then continue on presentations. If there's anything remaining from our in-camera, then we will have another in-camera then this afternoon. So with that, can I have the motion to go in camera, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council move into closed session at 11:05 a.m. to discuss the following: Cooperative Stormwater Management Initiative, CSMI Region Investigation, Access to Information Act, Section 29, Advice from Officials; Golf Course Access to Information Act, Section 29, Advice from Officials, and Section 32, Privileged Information; Fire Hall Access to Information Act, Section 29, Advice from Officials; Recreation Center Access to Information Act, Section 29, Advice from Officials, and Section 23, Privileged Information; and Rainbow Road North Access to Information Act, Section 23, Advice from Officials.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Coming out of our first in-camera session here, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council come out of closed session at 1:14 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Great, thank you. That's carried unanimously. We will take a short break and come back at 1:25. Thanks, everyone. Kent, can you Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back as we're starting now to proceed with the afternoon portion of our meeting. We are now going to the public presentation for 8.1 for remedial order. And so good afternoon. Oh, sorry. I got you. Yep, there you go.
Okay. Afternoon, Blair Zinkin, Community Peace Officer. So before you, you have a council requested review of remedial order issued under file CM-25-0490 in relation to the animal control bylaw. Let's see here. On May 13th, 2025, Chestermere City Council passed bylaw 025-24 being the animal control bylaw, which we'll refer to as the ACB. In section 2.37 of the ACB, it establishes the definition of a prohibited animal as depicted below. I'll read it out for you. 2.37, prohibited animal means any animal found within Schedule B of this bylaw as amended from time to time. Schedule B of the ACB outlines the animals currently prohibited within the city of Chestermere. And again, below is an excerpt from the bylaw. Currently prohibited are pigeons, wildlife, and rats. To continue with the preamble, section 2.34 of the animal control bylaw does go one step further and defines pigeon as follows. Pigeon means any male or female member of the domestic pigeon family. Combination of the aforementioned sections of the animal control bylaw ACB clearly establishes that as of the passing of the ACB, a pigeon is now a prohibited animal within the city of Chestermere. Section 12 of the ACB establishes that the keeping of a prohibited animal is an offense and allows for a peace officer to issue a remedial order to effect the euthanization or removal of the prohibited animal from the city limits. And the excerpt is below. 12.1, no person shall keep or shall own or keep any prohibited animals, Schedule B. And 12.2, any prohibited animals located within the city must be euthanized or removed from the city within 14 days of receiving a remedial order from a peace officer. The cost of the removal will be at the sole responsibility of the owner of the lands upon which the prohibited animals are located. On May 29th, 2025, Chestermere Municipal Enforcement received a complaint of a prohibited animal, specifically pigeons, being kept at the subject address. In this case, the address is 180 Willowmere Close. The registered owner of the subject property is the corporation Golden Homes Limited out of British Columbia.
Mr. Edney?
Is this all supposed to be in public?
For the presentation?
Yes. So you're okay for those terms? Okay.
I think just the presentation is redacted for the purpose of this.
Well, the address is...
Now we've just said... I'm looking, it just said what the address and owner name was.
Yes.
Is that supposed to be redacted?
From the presentation or from...
Okay, sorry, guys. If we're going to talk, can we please use the mics? Thank you. So, Mr.
So I'm
Council,
looking...
point of order. If you're wanting to bring up a point, can you please follow the procedural bylaw and activate your mic? Please and thank you. Mr. Edney.
I'm looking to legislative services and legal of what is redacted in the public presentation versus what's in the closed session.
Sorry, legislative services. Thank you.
Through the chair to council, the public presentation is redacted as well as the information that all of council should have received this morning with the new copies, as well as what Blair has.
Does my oral presentation also need to be?
Yes, that's
okay.
why I had
Very
to
good.
do the
That's
redacted copy.
That's my point.
So that would have been a misunderstanding from Blair.
Okay. I was under the understanding that my oral presentation was to be non-redacted, so my apologies for that. Okay. So I will restart that on May 29th.
Sorry, 1 second, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I'm not happy with how this presentation has started. I find that there's too many identifiers on this slide alone, even though there are things redacted. And I would like to move into closed session if we're going to continue on.
Okay, so you can make a motion to go into closed session.
Yeah.
So why don't we let Deputy Mayor make the, why don't we let Deputy Mayor make the motion to go into closed session? So we'll let Deputy Mayor make the motion to go into closed session.
I move that we go into, goes into closed session at 1:29 PM.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
FOIP section,
Section 24, is it?
no. Hold on, everybody just wait.
Thank you. Sorry for that.
It would be section 30, well, it could also be 34, information that is or will be made available to the public. 34 would work as well.
I think what you're looking for right now is advice for
That's a fair point, okay?
Yeah.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you. So, 29?
29, yeah.
Okay, so, Deputy Mayor, making a motion to go into closed session at 1:30 under section 29.
Yeah.
I need you to say that.
Yeah. I move that council goes into closed session at 1:30 PM to discuss section 29, or to have a discussion, section 29,
Advice from officials.
advice from officials.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Okay, that's carried unanimously. So, yeah, so let's, Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We are now going to be coming out of our closed session. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move to come out of closed session at 1:41 p.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Okay, that's carried unanimously. We had opened the door and welcomed people back in. That was just a really quick. So I would just like, based on the advice that we have from officials and from our legal counsel, based on the advice from officials, what is happening with this particular matter is we are going to have a public presentation from our CPOs with regards to this remedial order. After that, the individual who is bringing forward the appeal will have opportunity to present to council with regards to why they would like to see a different decision made from council. At that point, council will move into in-camera for debate. And then there will come out of in camera with a motion that will finalize this matter with a decision. So picking up from, we're going to move to the next slide and keep going with our public presentation before hearing from Mr. Hayer. So back to you, my friend.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So, initial investigation for this complaint. On the same date that the complaint was received, primary investigator on file, Peace Officer Steinfeld, attended the subject property and observed a pigeon coop in the location depicted below in those frames. And the two pictures to the left side of the screen are the coop itself, and the location on the property is outlined in the red circle. The remedial order. While at the subject property on May 29, 2025, Peace Officer Steinfeld spoke with the renter, Mr. Mohammed Amir Shahzad. Mr. Shahzad was served with the remedial order issued pursuant to Section 545 of the Municipal Government Act, which will be referred to as the MGA, as well as the ACB. As an important note, the remedial order was issued to the registered owner of the subject property, as previously identified in Slide 4, as the landowners bear ultimate responsibility for their lands and the properties that they own. Remedial order required that the following actions be carried out by the registered owner of the property with direct implications for Mr. Shahzad. Number 1, cease the keeping of all prohibited animals found within Schedule B of the aforementioned bylaw, which is referenced on the face of the remedial order. Pigeons, and either euthanize or remove said prohibited animals from the City of Chestermere corporate limits. Number 2, remove or substantively repurpose any pre-existing structures, installations, or erections that were previously for the purpose of keeping their prohibited animals so that said animals, installations, or erections are no longer capable of housing or attracting any prohibited animals. The initial deadline for compliance with the remedial order was 14 days from the issuance, or June 17, 2025 at 12:20 hours. On June 4th, 2025, 15:07 hours, Peace Officer Steinfeld contacted the registered owner of the subject property and spoke with Mr. Saravjit Hayer directly. Mr. Hayer indicated to Peace Officer Steinfeld that he was aware of the pigeons at the property, he had received the remedial order, and that he wished to see them removed. Mr. Hayer also indicated to Peace Officer Steinfeld that if his renters did not remove the pigeons and comply with the remedial orders, he would assist the City of Chestermere municipal enforcement in effecting the removal of the prohibited animals. Excuse me. On June 13, 2025, 17:30 hours, Mr. Shahzad arrived at the Chestermere RCM Police Detachment with the president of the Calgary Pigeon Racing Society to speak with Peace Officer Steinfeld. Mr. Shahzad expressed his displeasure at the prohibitions of the pigeons by the City of Chestermere and that he may relocate as a result. Mr. Shahzad was advised by Peace Officer Steinfeld that if he wishes, he may contact his elected officials to determine if there is any course of action available at their level. In the interest of fairness, due to an extension granted on another prohibited animal file, being CM-25-0521, Peace Officer Steinfeld saw it fit to extend the deadline for compliance on this file to July 11, 2025 at 2000 hours. Request for review. On the 13th of June 2025, the city received a request for review of the remedial order from Mr. Shahzad, the applicant in this instance. On June 16th, it was noted by the presenter that the applicant had requested the incorrect type of review under the MGA. The applicant was advised of this error by the city and permitted to resubmit the request for review. On June 17th, 2025, the city received the received the correct request for review from the applicant, citing the correct section of the MGA. The applicant is seeking permission to keep the prohibited animals or an extension to the compliance deadline to make arrangement for the relocation of said animals. Request for review. The applicant did include an authorization form that purports to be issued by the registered owner and authorizes the applicants to keep the pigeons at the subject property. Presenter notes that the registered owner of the subject property has no authority to supersede the provisions of the animal control bylaw, that the individual signing the authorization form is not named, and the date of the signing is the same as the initial date for the first review. The presenter also notes that the authorization form contradicts the statements previously made by Mr. Hare to Peace Officer Steinfeld. I finally note that the applicant has also included a copy of the Canadian Pigeon Fanciers Society Association membership card as part of the request for review. It is depicted below. Presenter notes that this type of membership was formerly recognized as an exemption, which allowed for the keeping of pigeons under Section 21 sub 2 of the now repealed bylaw 18-14 being the former animal control bylaw. I note that no such exemption exists for allowing the keeping of a prohibited animal in the present animal control bylaw 025-24. Chestermere Municipal Enforcement received a complaint alleging the keeping of, summary in this instance. We received a complaint alleging the keeping of a prohibited animal within city limits, which is neither frivolous, vexatious, or without merit. The investigation of the allegations by Peace Officer Steinfeld, the primary investigator, revealed that they were founded and in contravention of Section 12 sub 1 or 12.1 of the Animal Control Bylaw had occurred and was continuing nature. The primary investigator properly served a remedial order to the registered owner of the subject property, and that the occupants of the same, in this case the applicant, are aware of the remedial order. The primary investigator clearly outlined the actions required of the registered owner and the subject property, and those actions comply with the intent and provisions of the Animal Control Bylaw passed by Council. I have questions with respect to the standing of the applicant in this particular case. He is neither the registered owner of the subject property, nor has he provided any evidence that he is authorized to act as agent of the registered owner in this instance, for the purposes of this review in any case. Chestermere Municipal Enforcement is of the position that a review of the remedial order respecting the requirements to cease the keeping of prohibited animals is moot in this case, as the prohibition is codified in bylaw. Chestermere Municipal Enforcement takes the position that the requirement to repurpose the structure, installations, and erections, and the date for compliance by the registered owner are the only matters subject to review before council today. In conclusion, Chestermere Municipal Enforcement is requesting that council confirm the remedial order as served. We also acknowledge that this transition may be difficult for the applicant and his family. As such, we see no reason to oppose any reasonable extension that council sees fit to grant up to 60 days in length from the date of decision. Pursuant to Section 547 sub 2 of the MGA, after completing this review, council may confirm, vary, substitute, or cancel this remedial order. Any questions from council?
Okay, great, thank you. So, questions from council at this time are specific to the presentation that has been brought to us from our CPO. So, are there any questions with regards to the presentation? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the presenter. Just with respect to your conclusion, you stated that the presenter questions the standing of the applicant to review, request a review, as the applicant is neither the registered owner or the subject property nor an agent. Now, what is the actual policy of the bylaw say? Does it have to be the registered owner appealing it, or can it be the occupant?
The bylaw is moot on who can make the appeal, and so is the Municipal Government Act. Typically, when we're referring to appeals of, say, a subdivision appeal, it would be the landowner that would make an appeal based off a decision against that landowner.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council with regards to the presentation from our bylaw officers? Deputy Mayor.
Through the chair to our presenter, was there any evidence of stands or whatnot outside of the coop on this property?
Through the chair, I'll defer to the primary investigator at this time, Peace Officer Steinfeld. I cannot speak to observations I didn't make.
Peace Officer Steinfeld. Through the chair to council, there was just the coop that I observed. I could see the pigeons inside that said structure, but did not see anything else out the side.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if, since there was a structure erected on the property, would that structure require some sort of building permit?
There may be, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Grant, there may be implications with respect to land use bylaw. There may be implications with respect to safety code. I'm simply not an expert in that area. I would defer to our CGI department and safety codes officers.
Thank you. Okay. With that, unless there's any other questions from councils for our bylaw. Great, thank you. Okay, so I think we're now going to hear from our resident with regards to their side of the story. So I would invite you to come up to the mic and for your presentation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, so I have this pigeon. I was living in Calgary. So I moved to Justmere and I didn't know it's not allowed.
What's your name?
Mohammed Shahzad. So it's been almost 1 year I have them here and I didn't know. If I knew, I would not bring them with me. But right now I have nowhere else to go. This is my rental property. And I promise, as soon as I move from here, I'll take my pigeon away with me. And meanwhile, I try to promise they will not be outside. They will not be make any mess, and they're not for business purpose or anything. They're just like 20 plus pigeon, and I will try to cut them in half, give somebody half of them.
Okay.
And I have a 2020. I have my best friend. He passed away by suiciding. I went to depression for like 2 years. And then my doctor recommended me have something that help you come out from depression. So that's why I have also this reason to keep in my pigeons.
Okay. So, sorry. So you said you had moved here from Calgary.
Yes.
Did you have the pigeons when you were in Calgary?
Yes, sir.
Did you have the license for the pigeons when
Yes.
you were in Calgary? So you had the license?
I had with my friend.
Sorry?
I had my pigeon with my friend together. We both had together in his house.
Right. No, I understand that. So when you were in Calgary, you had the property, you had the owner, because were you renting in Calgary as well?
No, my pigeon was in my friend's home. He's registered.
In your friend's home?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He have a big house, so he offered me I can keep with him. I had previously a home in 31 Laguna Circle, Calgary, and I sold that house in 2022. That time I had nowhere to put them, so I put them in my friend's house. After I moved to Chestermere, 2022.
In 2022?
Yes, sir. So
Okay.
my friend went to Saskatchewan. He changed his job, so he said, "You can take your pigeon away. He can't keep it."
Got you. And you had the association membership when you were in Calgary?
He does.
He had it.
Because
So
I
you did-
kept it with his house.
Right. Okay. So when you were in Calgary, you had the licensing and the association permit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But he had the association permit,
Yes.
not you?
He does.
Okay. Any other questions from council for our resident? Sorry. Let's go Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to. So my question is, you don't have the license when you were in Calgary, right? And since you said from 1 year you have these birds with you, the pigeon is with you in Chestermere?
Like November, since November.
November 2024 or 2020? 2024.
Yes.
So just a few months, I can say that then.
Like 7-8 months.
What was the reason you bring it to, you don't have before with you and then after you bring it to your?
My friend, he moved to Saskatchewan, so he couldn't keep them.
Your friend moved to Saskatchewan, so he cannot.
So I had them with my friend.
And when you have it, when you bring from, like when your friend give it to you, since you have the license since then, or you applied the license after?
I applied the license after I discovered customer need license.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and my questions through you. Hi, nice to meet you. You mentioned that you want to try and keep the pigeons inside and you'll cut down on the number of pigeons. And I know you're a member of the Canadian Pigeon Fanciers Association. Do they have any recommendations or rules about the keeping of pigeons inside and not letting them go outside?
It's depend what kind of pigeon you have. Some people have a flying pigeon. I don't have flying pigeon. I have the
They're
fancy
not
pigeon.
flying?
No.
Sorry, there's pigeons that don't fly?
I have the fancy pigeon. They don't really interesting to fly. These are different. It's from Portugal. A Portuguese pigeon, yeah.
Okay. That's really interesting. And another question, please, Your Worship. And if you feel that this is not information you want to share publicly, please feel free to not answer. But I was curious whether you have any agreement with your landlord in particular about the keeping of pigeons.
I have any agreement?
Yeah, like do you have it written into your rental agreement, or
Yes,
do you have
yes,
anything
I
like
do.
that? So do you have something in writing with your with the landlord?
Yes, I have rental.
You're making okay, great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Hi, how are you?
Hey,
Hi. I had a question, maybe a follow-up about, well, just a quick education piece. We just recently passed our bylaw to prohibit pigeons. And so when you moved here, you didn't have that, that was still, pigeons were still allowed when you moved here. That said, the pigeons don't fly. Interesting. They don't leave the coop at all?
No, never.
So when you interact with these pigeons, do you just go in the coop and?
I have like 4x6 open coop attached with coop.
Yeah.
They just go play and eat food and come back.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you breed pigeons?
I breed pigeon?
Do you breed
No.
pigeons?
No.
Okay.
If they do, I just take their eggs away. 'Cause I don't want them too much.
Okay. So with that, are there any other final questions from council with regards to this matter? Okay. As per the process that I had outlined before, at this time, I'm going to ask for council to move to closed session so that council is able to debate this matter. So can I have a motion on the screen, please? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor.
I move that council go into closed session at 2 p.m. to discuss the following: Remedial Order Deliberation, Access to Information Act, ATIA, Section 29, Advice from Officials.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
Flip Section 29.
Great, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So with that, we'll move into closed. Thank you. Can I have a counselor make the following motion to come out of in camera, please? Counselor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council come out of closed session at 2:10 p.m.
Great, thank you. Just as a point of clarity too, we are going to have some motions from our previous in-camera session that we will get to. However, due to the nature of us having some guests here for this particular one, before our guests leave, I think it's good to bring the resolution forward. So we're going to just do the motion for this in-camera session, but to our public, I would like to outline that we will be having some motions coming from our previous in-camera conversation. I would also anticipate some coming up, as I believe we still had 2, possibly 3 items that were left over for us to fulfill. So just with regards to this one, I believe we're going to have a motion here coming out of our closed session. Thank you. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Did I not vote on coming out of? I didn't vote on coming out of close? Sorry, thank you. Can I call for the vote on coming out of closed session? Thank you, and that's carried. Sorry. And then in light of what I just said, we have opened the door, and it's a quick one on this. So I think we'll continue. So if I may, can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Grant.
I move that council confirm the remedial order CM 250490 as served and grant an extension until July 31st, 2025 to comply with the remedial order.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So going back now to our agenda, I believe that we are going to now be moving to 9.3.1, request for decision on bylaw 003-25, which is our community standards bylaw. Oh, and this is also being presented by Blair. Well, there you go.
I'm the lucky
Welcome back.
Okay. Hey, good afternoon. Blair Zenkin, Community Peace Officer. So before you have a request for decision with respect to bylaw 22-23 being a revised community standards bylaw. On February 3rd, 2025, recommendations to council from us on this is that council proceeds to first, second, and if you see fit, third and final reading of bylaw 003-25 being the new community standards bylaw. On February 3rd, 2025, a request of legislative services was made by community engagement to open the community standards bylaw to allow for busking and barbecues and open spaces defined under the bylaw, subject to conditions that we wanted to impose on them. With the community standards bylaw open for open space revisions, fire services and our department was contacted for our input, and we were engaged to give a more fulsome review so that we can update it with best practices in mind. We'll just go through and line by line the changes that we've made to the bylaw in order to sort of bring it in with best practices. Definitions, we had a former definition of injurious occupation. I'm not sure that that was overly clear in the former bylaw, but we have removed and replaced that or bullying, feign, parent, occupant, vehicle, and young person as well. Under section 4.2 is converted to a standalone section, making the registered owner of a vehicle liable for littering offenses. This was done as a future planning item. We have a provision that's a little bit oddly placed and difficult to find for our officers in the unsightly premises bylaw. So we're taking it from that bylaw, putting it where it frankly should be under the littering provisions in CSB. Under 4.8, we removed the reference to the Director of Community Operations, not that we don't like Mr. Fluker, but just to make it clear that the CAO or any designate that he chooses may make these decisions with respect to that. That allows the CAO to update his own policy as opposed to bringing the bylaw back to council for reconsideration every time we make a change or we update corporate structure or something like that. Under section 5, any reference to injurious occupation was updated to disorderly conduct, again, to provide greater clarity to the public and frankly us, because when I got here, I didn't know what injurious occupation was. Under section 7, let's go over here. Major rewrite was carried out to reflect that busking is permitted within the city, subject to conditions, which is section 7.2, but non-compliant busking will still remain an offense. It's effectively a notwithstanding section saying we're still prohibiting it. However, despite the prohibition, these are the conditions under which you can do it. Section 7.3 was added to allow for a peace officer to direct the cessation of busking, and failing to comply with that direction will be an offense under the new bylaw if passed. And section 7.4 is a restriction on busking to Anniversary Park and John Peak Park, as well as the other public places defined in the bylaw. Effectively, we wanted to take it out of Sunset and Cove, keep those more family oriented and limit the noise. More towards the downtown is where we wanted to keep the busking. Under section 8, a major rewrite to reflect that graffiti is only permitted under certain circumstances. It's very similar to section 7 in this respect, and is otherwise prohibited. There are cases where we have graffiti artists who want to put this stuff up, maybe on their private property, but we don't want it visible from public. We're going to allow for that, subject to conditions that it is not visible. But in any other instance, it will be prohibited. And that bumped the former 8.2 to 8.3. Under section 9, fire department was involved in this, as well as community engagement. 9.6, barbecues will generally remain prohibited in open spaces. Despite 9.6, 9.7 will allow barbecues in certain areas subject to conditions, and CFS defined the approved fuel types for portable fire receptacles. I believe that it's only propane and electric. Just quickly verify that for council. Yeah, barbecue receptacles must be electric or propane. No solid fuels or flame were going to be permitted, so no wood burning receptacles. Okay, 9.10, minor revisions to reference the newly defined offense of disorderly conduct, again for greater clarity. Chestermere Fire Services removed references, let's back up a little bit. Chestermere Fire Services removed references to a fire in a city-provided fire pit or receptacle. There is a discussion that is ongoing at community operations, is my understanding, on removing the city-provided fire pits due to them attracting a lot of garbage. And frankly, we've had a history of users departing later at night and they just leave their fires going. I've had to go out at 1:30 in the morning with a water canister and put them out. So maybe not something we want to continue going forward, which is why it was removed. Section 10, a lot of language revisions for conciseness and clarity. 10.11, alcohol consumption clearly prohibited in Anniversary Park and Cove Beach. Obviously family-friendly areas with the sand, we don't want to have the alcohol consumption there is essentially what it is. Section 11, again, some more language revisions for conciseness and clarity, make it easier to read for the public as well as us. CFS added references to CSA-approved propane fire tables being permitted and established some safety standards, such as minimum distances, fuel load documentation that must be presented. That's just to bring it up in line with fire tables becoming a big thing recently in the last couple of years. You know, I have one, I'm sure a lot of members of council do. Section 12, language revisions. Section 13, language revisions, all for conciseness and clarity. Section 14, revised to enhance enforcement against person discharging fireworks within the city, including making the owner of a premises or vehicle liable for failing to prevent the discharge from their premises or vehicle. That is because, as council is well aware, we have a lot of fireworks that go off Canada Day, Diwali, New Year's, periodically throughout the year, and it is near impossible to enforce under the existing provisions unless an officer is basically right there witnessing the offense, or the person making the report can specifically identify who committed that offense. Because fireworks are more conducive to nighttime hours, that almost never happens, and we get left holding the bag explaining why we have these provisions but can't enforce it. The Section 14 revisions will make it quite a bit stronger. And again, they create a reverse onus offense for the registered owner of vehicle or property. So you have to prevent people from acting out on your property. They can't be discharging fireworks in the middle of the night. And if you don't prevent that discharge, you're on the hook for it. It's a rather expensive penalty as well. Section 16 was added. Section 16.2 was added to again create a reverse onus offense for an owner or occupant of the property. They would be liable for failing to prevent excessive noise from that property. This comes back to the Airbnbs that we have a lot of problems with later in the evening. Now we can go to the owner of that property who's ostensibly renting it out, and we can say, hey, okay, you're renting it out, which means you're liable for the excesses coming from this property now. Moving on to Section 17, language revisions, again, conciseness and clarity. Section 18, I expect this might generate a little bit of debate and questions. We received a legal opinion last year, late last year, early this year, with respect to the anti-bullying bylaw. There have been some issues the way that bylaw is currently written. At present, it goes back to the liability with the parents. There's no parent that I've ever found that actively encourages their kid bullying, unless somebody's aware of that. So what we've done is we've created 3 new offenses: bullying, participating in bullying, and the one we expect is going to have the most force: parent failed to bring about the cessation of bullying. And we've added an offense in there for feigning being bullied to deter any abuse from the public or kids that want to play drama queen, or even adults that want to play drama queen. This was modeled on the Red Deer Community Standards bylaw, which had successful prosecutions in the past, and it was a recommendation from legal through Katie that we bring these provisions into our CSB as a result of that case law. Moving on, Section 22. 22.1 was added as a general contravention provision to allow for broader CPO discretions in situations where the circumstances of the offense do not fit the penalty that we have outlined. And you saw this in the animal control bylaw. It's to say, hey, you did something wrong, but we don't want to take away food from your kid for the month. We don't want to leave you without gas money to go to work. You're going to get this ticket, but it's not as onerous as what we should give you. Heads up for next time. That's kind of what that's to allow for. Section 24, a new section that was added to codify an officer's right in refusing to investigate and prevent weaponization of the bylaw between neighbors. It's a very frequent occurrence that we're having these days. The bylaws get weaponized. I just dealt with one yesterday. They use traffic, animal, community standards to go back and forth, and it just ties us in knots. This is our ability to say, no, guys, this is not in the public interest. Time to act like adults. Here's the number for community mediation. If we continue to have stuff coming back to us that's serious and in the public interest after the fact, then we will look at it. But you guys need to take care of your stuff without using us as a go-between to attack one another. Section 21 is brand new, and it is the repeal of the former community standards bylaw. As far as the schedules go, we have Schedule A. We updated to some new formatting, and the penalties were adjusted to be considered with other bylaws and jurisdictions. We also added some new penalties as outlined above in the presentation. Implications for this: a revised and updated bylaw will provide updated and enhanced regulation of desirable community standards within our rapidly growing city, provide greater clarity to the public on the content and applicability of the bylaw, and allow for effective enforcement where necessary. And we have some related policies, bylaw, and legislation. The previous version of bylaw 2223, the old community standards bylaw, or potentially the old community standards bylaw. I guess I shouldn't presuppose your vote. The previous version, or what might be the previous version of bylaw 009-19, what might be the former anti-bullying bylaw. Draft version of this bylaw should be 003-25, Municipal Government Act, and the Provincial Offences Procedures Act. And with that, I put it to council for any questions.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
So if I could bring us back to section 10, point 11, it has Sunset Beach, it does not have Sunset Beach as a prohibited location.
That was my mistake, through the chair to Councillor Schindler.
Should we have that on there?
Okay. Sorry. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Before we enter into debate on this, I think the first thing we should do is pass first reading, right? So then we can get it onto the books, then we can debate the content. Okay, so can I have the motion, please, for first reading? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give first reading to bylaw number 003-25, being the community standard bylaw.
Great, thank you. Looking at the Ledge Services, just really quick on this, I anticipate a lot of questions and comments coming. My recommendation would that we currently move to the vote and then have some questions and debate around this bylaw. Or would you like us to just do that before passing first reading? Because if we do it and we want changes, we have to make a whole bunch of amendments to first reading. Sorry, Ledge Services?
If you could do it through your first suggestion, yeah, make the motion and then do your suggestions before.
Great. Okay, thank you. So with that, then I'm going to call for the vote for first reading. Great, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, I would like to open this up for a conversation and debate because based on what I think is going to be coming, I'm not sure we're going to be moving to second and third reading today, as I anticipate a number of revisions being requested. So I think the first, Councillor Schindler, you were bringing forward, so now would be the time for us to talk about that. You were talking about Sunset Park, I believe, not being included. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, it appears that section 10.11 does not have Sunset Beach as a location, and I'm wondering if there are any other parks where we should prohibit those similar to the other beaches.
Great, thank you. Any comments on that from anybody from council? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. And through you. So Sunset Beach, currently it is alcohol consumption is allowed there. From what I understand, and maybe our CPOs can help us with this, there hasn't been any major problems with consumption, has there been, in order to merit it being not included for consumption?
Through the chair to Councillor Narayan, that is correct. Consumption is still permitted, or is currently permitted at Sunset Beach. At present, it hasn't been a problem. So it wasn't included when we redrafted the bylaw. The idea of 10 sub 11 or 10.11 was to keep the alcohol out of the sandy beach type areas where the kids are going to be the associated issues with potentially glass being trapped up in the sand, the more family friendly environments of the Cove and Anniversary Beach. That was the general idea.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will watch my screen, but I'm gonna, oh, sorry, there we go. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll jump in with one and through you to Mr. Edney and to our presenter. Section 8.2 is talking about graffiti. I don't know the exact language, but I think this would prohibit municipally endorsed graffiti locations in the future if we wanted to have some kind of public art area. Would there be a way to reword this to allow something like that? Because right now this says, provided the graffiti is not in public view and municipally endorsed graffiti, that would be the point.
Of course. Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, I could add an 8.4 in there that effectively exempts any city endorsed or city permitted public graffiti if you want. It's not difficult.
Okay. Again, Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the presenter on the topic of bullying. Now, in cases where there's two things, there's a breach of a bylaw, an infringement of the bylaw, and there is a criminal offense. Let's just say the person is charged, with an assault, but also there has been a breach of a bylaw. So then do we enforce both or just the one?
It would be the discretion of the investigating constable. Through the chair to Councillor Narayan, it would That would go to the RCMP for investigation, as it's primarily a criminal matter. Depending on where they wanted to go with their criminal investigation, they could also include in their long form information to the courts, they could include a section referencing this bylaw. So it could be a standalone type thing enforced by us. It could be enforced with the criminal code, or it could be that they want nothing to do with it because of how serious the criminal issue is, and they go straight to like criminal harassment.
Okay, thank you.
So if I may, I'm wondering if, just from a procedural structural standpoint here, I'm wondering if at first, if we could just do general questions similar to what Councillor Narayan was just asking, some clarity ones. And then I think we should make a motion to direct administration to bring back for second reading some amendments. And that's where, with Councillor Sambo's suggestion, because I agree, I think that there's some opportunity, because I think even when we were in Ottawa, we saw some really cool opportunities in Ottawa for things like that. And I know that Calgary has some good models as well. So I think that that would fall under my second suggestion, which would be that would make that motion. So if I may, just with regards to directing questioning just for a minute, just looking for general points of clarity, then we'll make that motion, and then I'm sure there's going to be several things that we're going to add to it. I think a point of clarity I would like to have is around this anti-bullying bylaw and the removal of it. I am not entirely sure I agree with getting rid of our anti-bullying bylaw and bringing it into our community centers bylaw. And the reason I say that is because when we had an incident in Chestermere, an unfortunate incident back in the fall, one of the things that was celebrated, not the incident, and celebrated might be the wrong word, but one of the things that was acknowledged by multiple media outlets and other municipalities is the fact that we have our own standalone anti-bullying bylaw. And this was something that was actually highlighted as a positive for Chestermere. And so I get the idea of bringing it, for simplistic sake, maybe bringing it under there. But I would even open up this for council to discuss, maybe some clarity around that. But personally, I would like to see us have a community centers bylaw and an anti-bullying bylaw. Given the challenges we have with our anti-bullying bylaw, I definitely think that we need to update our anti-bullying bylaw, because there have been some enforcement issues. I do not think that they should be under the same bylaw, given the celebration, the acknowledgement, that's what I should use. Given the acknowledgement that we were given by both mainstream media and other municipalities. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to our presenter and to administration, I first want to make sure that you're done with your point on the bullying bylaw, or would you like to talk about that more?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, if anybody has a objection, I'm open to that. I just, again, there was an acknowledgement, and it was something that, again, sorry to be repetitive, was acknowledged. And so I would, rather than kill it and see it come under another one, I would rather see us revise it, because then when I get to my second consideration that I think we should be making a motion. For example, I don't think the definition of bullying in here is the correct definition for bullying, right? Because bullying is like ongoing, constant. The way that our definition is that if you call somebody a name on the street, that's considered bullying.
I agree. I had the exact same thought.
And so I don't like the definition that we have in here right now, because, sorry, especially coming from my education background, that's not what bullying is. And so I just think that we should be careful in defining and really treating bullying for and what it is. Councillor Sambo, I see that you have come on, so I'm guessing you're wanting to contribute to this part of the conversation.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to comment that I would agree with that. I think our anti-bullying bylaw has some problems and some enforcement issues, but I like that we have one. For clarity, are you suggesting removing section 18 from this bylaw? That would be a recommendation.
I would be getting there, yeah, because, and then our community centers bylaw could then reference our anti-bullying bylaw. But again, I think they should be separate. It sounds like Councillor Narayan was nodding. I see some thumbs up. Okay. Councillor Grant, I think you had a different direction.
Yes, Mayor. So I actually have a few points. So I'm just trying to.
Can I just on that?
Yeah, I just want to know how we're going to do this.
Like, are you wanting to see things edited in this?
Yes.
Okay, so can you hold on to that for 2 seconds? Does anybody? But I will come right back.
Sorry, I did. I yes and.
Do you have one that is a point of clarity question
Yes.
about the whole bylaw? Do you want to start with that then?
Sure. And I guess it relates to the definition of disorderly conduct. I just think that it's like the definition given it says right here, it says means any activity, which in the opinion of the peace officer. So I mean, it's very vague. And I mean, I understand that you guys need the subjectivity sometimes, but if anything can be deemed disorderly conduct, then I just don't know how we define it that way.
It was intentionally left open. It's actually a carryover from the previous bylaw so that we have something in there that peace officers can use in the instance where we have issues in the park, like yelling, screaming, people running around naked, if it were. It was left broad on purpose so that we can have that capture all for disorderly conduct.
Okay. So then, if I may, I'm wondering, given I think what's going to start happening here, which I fully encourage because I think there's going to be lots of it. I'm wondering if I can get a motion from Ledge Services that says to direct administration to come back to bring bylaw 003-25 back to council with the following suggestions. And then I think Councillor Grant will give you those opportunities, right? So a suggestion you have is, if I may, as an example, I would see it as a suggestion you were just making was you would like to see some more clarity with around what is disruptive behavior. Because I think you answered it. Mm-hmm. So why not have in there, say, a line that says which may include but is not limited to? And I think then it outlines it a little bit more. Would be a suggestion I would have. So can I have that motion, please, so that then we can debate underneath that motion? Councilor McVector, with the following suggestions for changes, following recommended changes, following amendments. We good with that? Councilor Grant?
Is it then our intent to list every amendment we would like to make within this motion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, like I'm trying to
Sounds
simplify it, you know what I mean? Instead of doing second reading and then really hacking the bylaw.
Sure.
Good? Okay, can I have a councillor make the, Ledge Services?
Through the chair to council, would it not be more beneficial that you've made the first motion, you guys have the discussion of what you want, and then we just bring it back like we normally would do, that you would direct administration to bring back the recommendations of council to because there's more than just amendments, you have recommendations too for us to come back on.
So it could be
instead.
Following amendments and recommendations then? I would like to see it captured. Like I would like to see the notes captured so that nothing gets missed. That's why I want to and I would like it captured publicly. Not just on audio record. Mr. Edney?
Sorry, just thinking of an efficient way because it could be a really, really long motion. What we used to do in Brazo was we'd make a separate list up on the screen. I don't know if we have that ability here that captures them all, and then the motion would simply be as captured, but you want...
I love that. That'd be great.
Can we do that? Can you bring up like a Word document, capture all the changes, and then the motion is simply as captured on screen? Does that work, Josh?
So we don't need to make the motion then, we're gonna start listing things.
Yes.
And then we'll make the motion after?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I'm
then
good
that
with that.
way it's on the video as well.
Video and written record.
And written down, yeah.
Beautiful. I love it. Okay, so we'll give Josh an opportunity here just to bring up a, sounds like Word document. And then I'll go back to and start with Councillor Grant because it sounded like you had a number. So we'll get, there we go. Okay, so Councillor Grant.
So would you like me to do them all, or should we should we just go in order of the bylaw and then everyone can comment?
Do you want to do the page by page again like we've done before?
I think that works better. Yeah.
Okay. So So going page by page, I'm assuming we're good with the table of contents. Okay, so first page. So this is page 3 of the bylaw, 122 of our agenda package. So for example, I'd be looking at 2.2. I would like to see a rewriting or possible removal of 2.2, given the idea that it sounds like support from council of keeping our anti-bullying bylaw. Okay, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Moving on to page 4.
Is there anything else for page 3? Okay, page 4.
Again, the disorderly conduct. If we're gonna hit someone with a bylaw charge and disorderly conduct, but we're not even going to define it here and leave it so subjective, then how is someone supposed to not commit disorderly conduct?
Through the
So
chair,
would
that's
some
a fair
such
point.
as's help you?
Yeah, and there are some in here. You know, it says it's unlikely and unreasonably caused disturbance, injury, or annoyance. But I mean, what is a disturbance? What do we define as a disturbance, right? Someone's opinion of what a disturbance is or an annoyance is different than someone else. And at what point does that become actionable for the city?
That through the chair to Councillor Grant, that would be why I left it generally vague and at the discretion of the peace officer, so that we aren't having people come forward. They'll have to articulate to the peace officer what the disorderly conduct was, explain why it was disorderly, and the peace officer then has to agree with that and be able to articulate that. There's also the onus on the person coming to a peace officer or a fines committing. We have to be able to explain that in court too.
Sure, and I guess my question would be then, what guidance do you use to determine what is a valuable disturbance or annoyance?
Unfortunately, that is very subjective in nature. It depends on regard for date, time, location, who's involved.
Like someone thinks
who's
I'm
around.
loud. Sorry to cut you off, but like someone thinks I'm loud, or they don't like the sound of my voice. Like
Exactly. It would be. It's
I think
very
the mayor
subjective.
has a disorderly conduct complaint to make.
Through the chair, there are so many factors that play into it. To get too specific would effectively make the section not workable for us. So the idea is that the peace officer has to be able to articulate what the disorderly conduct is, or the person making the complaint of the disorderly conduct to us is going to have to be able to explain that to the satisfaction of the peace officer and be willing to speak to that at court. So it's I understand the concern. I certainly appreciate that. It was left wide open kind of on purpose to give us that catch-all where you got a guy screaming at the RCMP and interrupting an investigation. Well, it's not really obstruction, but they can give him a disorderly conduct for the behavior and send him on his way, as opposed to arresting him and charging him criminally with something that may or may not be obstructing a peace officer. Stuff like that. And that's a real-world example that happened in my last rotation.
So you said that this was a carryover from the last bylaw, correct?
To a degree, the definition itself, the
Yep.
core components of the definition were a carryover from the previous bylaw, yes. Injurious occupation was removed because at face value, nobody really knew what that was.
Sure.
You would have to go look at the bylaw, and if you explain to somebody, hey, I'm giving you a ticket for injurious occupation, nobody knows what that means. If you explain, I'm giving you a ticket for disorderly conduct, well, people watch cops, or used to anyways. A lot of people are going to have a better understanding of what that is versus injurious occupation.
So just going back to Councillor Grant's concern, so because this is a carryover, so we've had it, you've even just said an example from your last rotation where this was implemented. Have we had a pushback, if you will, on excessive use of this by our CPOs, which led to then a remedial order coming to council? Have we had complaints from our public of our CPOs overly using this definition of disorderly conduct?
No.
And we've had this in for a while.
We've had essentially the core definition in there
Yeah,
for a while
sure.
under a different name, yes.
Okay.
And as far as complaints of this, no. Typically, it's used by a CPO or a police officer as a threat when responding to another area, or proactively patrolling like a park during Canada Day or something like that, where somebody's maybe had a little too much to drink.
Sure.
They're getting carried away. Hey, man, knock it off. You're getting disorderly.
Okay. Before I go to ledge services, Councillor Grant, is that helpful at all with regards to where I was going with that?
I understand the intent. I guess I just with how it works within the rest of the bylaw, right? Because then you can get disorderly conduct on your own private property, and say I'm having an argument with someone on my private property. Is that disorderly conduct? Maybe, maybe not. But if I'm having, like you mentioned, that disorderly conduct with a peace officer where we're having the same argument, that's disorderly conduct.
Well,
So I'm just wondering, like, in my world, I like to have things that are equal and like kind of make sense across the board.
Yes.
And they're logical. That if I'm yelling at someone on my property, is that still disorderly conduct?
Again, through the chair, it would depend on the totality of circumstances. If you're yelling at somebody because they're doing something that negatively impacts your property and I come out to that, you're not getting a ticket.
Okay.
If you're having a drunken argument out on your front lawn,
Yep.
not to imply that you would, if you're having a drunken argument out on your front lawn, then yes, it may amount to disorderly conduct where this would be used as you could be given a ticket, but more than likely we would inform you that, hey, this is disorderly conduct, take it inside.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like it's being used as a catch-all, and I don't know if that's. I understand the tool that's needed. I wonder about the fairness to the public.
You are
is my
correct that
balance.
it is a catch-all.
Well,
I won't deny that, but it's our job as peace officers to serve as the great filter so that the catch-all doesn't get abused. That's the idea.
Well, that's why I was asking that question before, right? And it sounds like so far our CPOs continue to do a good job with that. Legislative Services.
Through the chair to mayor and council, when you're bringing up items, can you please state the number?
Yeah.
Not the page for us?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. So I don't think we're going to do anything then with 2.12. Is that correct? Okay. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to comment on 2.12. I don't actually think it's a catch-all. I think it's a gap filler. And it's an interesting conversation that we have up here on council about how we feel about enabling legislation. I see this as enabling legislation. It doesn't say what the peace officers have to do, but it says what they can do in a unique situation. So I just wanted to offer that perspective. I think it's a good definition.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you to members of council. Well, I think it's, and the optics would be peace officers getting unfettered powers, a catch-all, that if none of the boxes apply, then, we can invoke this particular section. I do get it that there could be certain, circumstances where it's difficult to kind of pinpoint what exactly, is wrong or what disorderly conduct it was. But I'm a wee bit, I find it a little unsettling because I do have a lot of confidence in our peace officers, the ones that we know. I just don't know how we would monitor that with other peace officers, newer peace officers. I find it a bit of a slippery slope with this one.
Okay. I think too, maybe this is something, so it sounds like we don't have an answer right now. So perhaps, we do know this is going to come back for second reading, so maybe that's something for us to take away and ponder. I would also suggest that our constable, our sergeant for this, Vlad has talked very openly about the fact that when hiring peace officers for City of Chestermere, he is looking for people with a minimum amount of experience, right? So he's looking for people that have that minimum 3 to 5 years experience before bringing them into the team. And so I wonder if that's also helpful with regards to that, is that he's been very clear about that. And I think that that's helpful with regards to the enforcement of our bylaws. Mr.
Through the
Edney.
chair, if I may.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, nobody's actually used this section in the bylaw. It's there and it's used primarily as education or to warn people off that, like I said, they get a little bit too drunk in public and it's amounting to disorderly conduct, but we don't necessarily have the ability to house them at this point, like arrest them for public intoxication. This is kind of that, hey man.
Sure.
I don't believe that it's ever actually been used in the time I've been here.
Yeah. Again, right? We're hearing a very consistent message that this is being used effectively. Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I have two comments. I originally put my light on for something else, but there's still an ability for them to go fight the ticket if they got something under that.
110%.
And somebody, a judge or somebody, will make that decision of whether it was truly disorderly or not. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is 110% correct. Any
kind of a pain, but
any ticket that we would lay under any bylaw is subject to judicial review, so a trial, where we have to go and we articulate why we did a certain thing a certain way. But bringing it back down to what my job is fundamentally, my job is to gain voluntary compliance. Okay, my job is not to run around handing out tickets like a tax collector in essence. Okay. I use, and most of us use, some variant of a phased enforcement model. And I believe I did talk to Councillor Sandbo about this. 95 or better percent of our complaints are resolved with phase one enforcement. So in essence, I show up at your door and knock. We have a friendly conversation. I tell you what the bylaw says. I go away, I come back a day or two later, and we've either worked something out or we haven't. Then it goes to phase two, which is still not taking it to court. We're issuing warnings, we're issuing remedial orders. It's subjudicial action. And it's only when we get to that higher end of things, or where something is genuinely serious right off the hop, where you're so drunk you can't stand, we have to arrest you and take you into custody, or you're going to get yourself hurt. That's where we get into that phase three enforcement, where we're charging people, we're arresting people, we're executing warrants that are on the system. And then in very emergent situations, we're moving to phase four enforcement. But when we're talking about phase 2, 3, and 4 enforcement, we're talking about less than 5% of what we do.
Mm-hmm.
Almost everything else, we resolve with a phone call or a door knock.
Okay. Would like to keep going forward, but Councillor Grant?
Just had one other comment, sorry, to my
apologize.
original comment. I just noticed that after 2.12, we go back to 2.1. So just be careful on the numbering. The numbering must have got out of order.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Councillor Grant? Oh, you're good? That was it? That was my comment. Okay. Okay, going to the next page, so page 5. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. For 2.4, might I suggest that we take out that definition and do something similar to 2.7 and refer to other legislation?
Okay. This is 2.4 on page 5.
Yeah, make sure you capture page 5.
Yeah, 2.4, page 5. Because there's two 2.4s. Because it restarted. Okay. Yeah, we just want to make sure we're capturing the right one. Okay, 2.4, page 5. Thank you. Anything else on page 5?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo.
Yeah.
Do you have any suggestion where I might find that definition in another piece of legislation? I'm out of my depth with that one.
Councillor Sambo?
Your Worship, and through you, I'm sure our wonderful legislative services team can support that.
Okay, good. Okay, page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Deputy Mayor.
Section. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, this is page 10. My apologies.
Okay. Page 10. Deputy Mayor.
Okay. So I'm looking at 4.9. A peace officer may remove and put into storage anything placed on city property in contravention of this bylaw. This includes things that are on the poles and whatnot. Does this also include signage? The standing signs that we see advertising businesses.
You're, through the chair, you're talking the similar to election signage, the spike
or is
signage?
that through the signage bylaw?
No, presently that is done under the signage bylaw, and there's some provisions for it under the land use bylaw.
Okay.
I know we try to avoid duplication, but this is something where I wondered whether we reference the land use bylaw. This is going to be my point on this page. Whether we reference the land use bylaw or have it in here. I think we need to have something in here because we are starting to see more and more of these signs pop up. We know that they are rather unpopular with our residents and we don't like having them up. Other thing I don't like about them is that our mainstay businesses, if you will, are generally the ones that are in full compliance with our advertising bylaws, and then it is more of your, come and go businesses that are setting up these signs, or they're not even based in Chestermere, a lot of them, they're from Calgary. So I would like to see it, so a point that I would make is under page 10, so this might be a 4.11, so it would be adding something, but either we reference the land use bylaw or we have some strong language in here with regards to the removal, because I think that's also what Deputy Mayor was getting at, because we have got to do something about these signs.
To the chair, in my former employer, we did have something called the temporary signs on highways bylaw. This bylaw is specific more to like public places, open spaces. We could define something similar in here where we have a temporary signs on highways section, and we just wrote back in that definition because predominantly where we're finding those signs is in an area that would be classified as part of the highway.
Sure. Why don't we leave that with you to bring back? And then that can be part of debate when we come to second reading. Deputy Mayor.
Just further to that, it says in 4.9, a peace officer. I'm wondering if there can be provisions to have other employees, say grounds, to remove those signs as opposed to having our peace officers picking up signage, or whether direction from a peace officer can be sent to those who are in that area doing maintenance and whatnot.
Mr. Edney?
I was going to say that's item 4.8, I think. Right before that.
There you go, yep.
There it is.
So yeah, okay. Thank you. Also on page 10, I have 5.2. This goes back to a question that Councillor Narayan asked a minute ago. I'm thinking of even the incident that we know about that happened on Canada Day, and that this was a group of individuals that were involved in this. And I'm not necessarily for the idea of piling on. There is though sentiment from our community of frustration that is growing with some of these incidents that are happening where 3 or more people are involved. It is not a widespread daily problem. People are safe. This is an isolated incident. At the same time, I think having some teeth within this, so I would go back to what Councillor Ryan was getting at of the work that does happen with our RCMP with regards to both the criminal side of it and the bylaw side of it.
This will provide extra tools for us is in essence what it will do.
Okay.
It allows us to order the disbursement of those groups, and it makes it an offense for them to fail to comply. So if we show up and we have, here's an example. There was a assault involving weapons incident last month on a Sunday afternoon, involved Bear Mace at the A&W. If we were to get there early enough, we could effectively order the dispersion of those groups, potentially before that weapon is in play.
Okay.
Now, that would likely be the RCMP, as that's a weapons-based incident.
Sure.
But if we get down to John Peak Park and we got 2 groups squaring up like we had on Canada Day during the day shift, excuse me, we can order the dispersion of that group before it escalates to a fight.
Okay, thank you. Going to page 11, just under busking, so this is 7.1 and 7.2, just a general question, because 7.1 says no person shall busk within the city, and then 7.2 says all the ways you can busk within the city. So I'm wondering if we could just rewrite section 7, and instead of approaching it from a standpoint of how you can't do something, why don't we just approach it from how you can do something? Like, just flip the narrative and be a little more positive about it. So I'm just wondering, I would like to see a rewrite of section 7, unless there's any objections from council, but a rewrite of section 7 that focuses more on how somebody could, the conditions that you have to follow, as opposed to all the ways that you shouldn't. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I had 5.6, again, with the disorderly conduct and the vagueness of that, but also that you can commit disorderly conduct maybe within your own property, maybe within your own home, as long as it is in view with a public place. Like, it seems very intrusive to me. And is it needed to be worded this way?
So you would like, so your suggestion is, could 5.6, a consideration of rewriting of 5.6? Is that what you're suggesting? Councillor Grant?
Yes, again, it's, especially with disorderly conduct, which is any weird behavior in a public place or in any location reasonably observed from a public place. So if I can see within your property from a public place, does that count?
In my mind, through the chair to Councillor Grant, no, it wouldn't. That would be inside of a private dwelling. Is the way that the law views the inside of a private dwelling is very different than the way it views any place viewable from a public space.
Okay.
That's why we would have to apply for a warrant if we were to enter your property. There's a reasonable expectation of privacy
Sure.
in that location as opposed to being visible from, say, like the sidewalk.
Yeah. So would you be okay with adding something like you mentioned within that definition or within that point?
Yeah, we could bump that down and just for greater clarity, add this shall not apply to the interior of a private
Or just
dwelling.
acknowledge that interiors are not
Yeah.
in
You can do that.
compliance with that rule. Yeah.
Good.
I'm good with that. Yeah.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Going back to what our mayor was saying through the chair to our presenter, would it be advantageous for us to, like, as we're going for a rewrite of that section into something more, you can do this instead of you can't do this, having a provision in place for, say, a future bus stop, as it were, so that we don't have to bring this back should some enterprising counselor like to bring forward bus stops in the future.
So through the chair to council in general, the reason that we worded it like this was to effectively outline the rules and make it enforceable. Now there is a way, it's a little wordsmithy, to flip the script on this. So I can do that if you want. But the idea here is to make the rule set that we're outlining enforceable in saying that here's the prohibition. We don't want you doing this except if you're complying with these rules.
Yeah, so
Right?
like, for
That's
example,
the general
at
idea
approved
there.
bus stop locations.
But would it not simple of that
Anniversary
just
Park.
busking is permitted under the following conditions? Busking is not permitted under these conditions.
We can do that. It's just a little bit more wordsmithy and not quite as clear cut. But if council wants that, we certainly can.
Sure, this just sounds like contradictory. Because the first line literally says, no person shall busk within the city. Then 7.2 says, notwithstanding 7.1, a person may busk freely.
Yes. And the reason for that is to ensure that we have prohibited busking still on the books, subject to all the rules that we outline. Notwithstanding provisions are actually fairly common in Canadian law, so common in fact that we find them in the Charter Rights and Freedoms.
Sure.
So, I mean, we can flip this. It just gets a little bit more complicated as far as the wording, and my concern with a reword is that people might think that it's okay to busk and get caught with potentially a warning or some sort of documentation on file, and they just read the bylaw and they saw all the positivity as opposed to seeing, well, it's prohibited and here are the rules.
Okay, so I think keep that if you will, but if we could have a rewrite and then council can debate on vote on for second reading.
So both versions.
Yeah, well, so council can see both versions.
Okay.
And then you can argue your point, and then we can agree or disagree with you. Good? Okay. Sorry, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through the chair, out of curiosity, you were talking about a reasonable expectation to privacy. Would you say that extends to your back deck, your backyard, or is that just inside the dwelling?
I would tend to say that for the purpose of disorderly conduct, as long as you're not in a position where you're disturbing the neighbors, in essence, it would be your dwelling house, or any place that's not publicly accessible or viewable. Like if you're standing up on your roof looking down into your neighbor's yard, over the fence kind of thing, you're breaching their reasonable expectation of privacy. But if you're out there in, say, Chelsea, doesn't have any fences, you're engaged in disorderly conduct, your neighbors can see you, you're keeping their kids up at night, I would say there's no reasonable expectation of privacy if you're in your unfenced backyard, and again, you're drunk and disorderly effectively.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
This might be a larger conversation, but the question that came to mind when you just said, you're able to view. What about anything that you can hear being disorderly conduct?
That would come back to noise abatement.
Noise abatement.
So we would actually classify that differently under make excessive noise, like if somebody has a house party and there's speakers that are going, or potentially there's shouting from the interior of a house.
Yeah.
later on in the bylaw, we get into owner of a property failing to prevent excessive noise and the noise provisions. I believe it's in section 16. But that would be something where if you can't see it and it's not something that's on view, it would go to the noise abatement side of things as opposed to being disorderly.
Okay, page 12. Counselor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. Flagging again, section 8, graffiti, and adding some provision for municipally endorsed graffiti areas.
So you'd be looking for 8.4 addition. Counselor Sample, yep. Okay. I have one on 9.1 open spaces. The hours here are just different than some of the hours, like nighttime hours and stuff like that. I was just wondering about why the difference in the hours. So like nighttime is defined from a weekday, like 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., weekend 10 p.m. to 9 a.m. But on here, it's nobody can occupy from, shall be from 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. So I'm just wondering the differences on the times.
That is actually a typo. To be honest with you. It's supposed to be the operation for all open space. Oh no, hang on, 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. No, that's correct. It prohibits the overnight occupation of our public spaces and parks.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
That's the idea, and that's a carryover from a previous CSB. It's to prevent camping or loitering in parks, drug activity, criminality in public spaces, stuff like that.
Beauty. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Yes, my comments around the same 9.1 there. I just wonder about public parks and if they're not fenced off, what reasonable course do we have to stop public from using the park? Say I work at 5 a.m. and I go for a jog at 4 and I run through the park. Should I not be allowed to do that?
That would be a point for debate on council. This is a carryover item from our current CSB. Why it was set at hours of operation from 5 a.m. to midnight is a matter of a previous council. I don't know why.
The items you listed, I completely agree with. The loitering, camping, absolutely all makes sense to me.
Speaking from the community peace officer operations side of things, we do go out after midnight and remove people from the parks.
But I don't think they're removing the jogger.
Yeah.
I mean, it's against the rules.
But it's about discretion, right?
Yeah.
It would be discretion. If you're running through the park and you're not otherwise committing some other type of offense, am I going to bother you? Probably not. Again, this is more to cover off you're in a public park, it's after midnight, you're drinking or smoking weed in your car, or you're out in the park and you're having intimate relations in the dark, as it were. It's to give... give us the ability. It's to give us the ability to. Excuse me. It's to give us the ability to kick those people out of the park. It's to give us that teeth where it's dark out. You should be going home. Go home.
Yeah.
Go do this where it's appropriate to do it.
Well, and to that point, though, why don't we just say that? Why don't we just say you're not allowed to do all these things? I mean, again, it's illegal to have sex in a park, regardless of what time it is.
Of course.
So, that aside.
The issue I get into with itemizing it is that's going to be a very long list, and we do very much, if we get into that, run the risk of missing something.
Yeah.
Understood. I just, we make rules and then they're only for certain people.
Well, they would apply broadly, but again, it's officer discretion on how to apply them, right?
Okay.
And again, everything that I do is subject to review.
Court of law.
Okay. Page 13. The only thing I had for page 13 is I wondered if this was also another section, so maybe a 9.12 about provisions for advertisement signs in open spaces. Because I understand that it's also in the land use bylaw, so whether we reference the land use bylaw or not. So I'm not saying even have it twice within this bylaw, but it's just something I think that we should be addressing because this is just a growing thing in our community that I think we got to stop.
To the chair, I may be speaking out of turn. I haven't consulted with Ledge Services on this. However, it might be worth considering bringing in an independent bylaw similar to the temporary signs on highways bylaw that we did have.
Yep.
That encompasses public places, highways, open spaces as defined in this bylaw, and then we just catch it all and we provide for the authority to remove it.
High five on that idea. Fully agree.
It's not difficult to do. The templates are already out there. It's just
I think it'd be
putting
great.
it in correct
'Cause,
format.
yeah, this is definitely a growing problem in our community, and I certainly hear about it often. Okay, page 14. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question through you on 10.9. Now, no person shall be in possession of a glass container in any open space. Is this currently an issue?
It's not one we encounter often, but when we're on beach walks, yeah, we do encounter glass containers, be it food containers or somebody out there with a bottle of beer. If they're in Sunset or they're in John Peak, it's just the idea is to prohibit that so we don't end up with those broken glass shards, because we've all been on that walk down the street where there's broken glass on the sidewalk.
I guess I'm just wondering about that because I personally use a lot of glass, and I know a lot of people that their beverage containers are like their permanent beverage containers are glass. So I'm wondering if there's some kind of distinction in there between temporary and permanent glass, or something that, doesn't stop people from making maybe more sustainable choices.
I don't know if I can give you an answer on that immediately. I'm going to have to take that away and do some thinking on it. That would be a lot of wordsmithing to try and make those delineations. I mean, the targeted approach for this is generally going to be towards the people who are consuming alcohol and don't dispose of their glass container properly, not the person that has a reusable water bottle. I can take that away and try something. I'd have to give that a lot of thought.
Okay. Councillor Worzanowski.
I've been thinking about that as well through our mayor to Councillor Sandbo. There are options to use glass containers that have protective, anti-shatter outside externals and glass internals that limit this. But to our presenters, through our mayor, administration to our presenter, Blair, I get the point you're trying to make here. Glass is a big no-no, especially near the beaches. If I could make a suggestion, just make it glass about the beaches. Yes, people do use glass, like it's a real thing, especially like hardcore athletes who don't trust anything plastic. They'll use glass for their workout drinks and whatever else. Or you can go to, Petro-Canada and buy a Mexican Coke that comes in a glass bottle that people love to enjoy as well. So
you're talking them keeping bottles only in like the grassy areas or
no beach, no park, I would say is the best. I would suggest. I don't know how my council feels about that, but certainly anything near a beach, no glass like whatsoever. It's a big no-no.
To the sandy areas kind of thing.
Beaches and parks, maybe.
Yeah. We can define beach and.
Can you imagine playing beach volleyball and stepping on an old can of beer that somebody's thrown out of their car or something like that?
That's the intent of this section, but it is more broad than what you're getting at. That's correct.
Right, and then on the same point, I see you've removed alcohol at Anniversary and Cove, but then you would be allowing it in other beach areas. So if it's because you're suggesting it because of the glass portion. I know some people, and then this could be debated. I don't know how council or the rest of the residents feel about this. People like to have a drink on the beach and stuff like that, especially if it's a nice hot day. It's probably a cool feature that they can do on the beach, but I understand that comes with its associated risk of drunkenness and disorderlies too. So I can understand that there may be debatable on that. But if your intention was just to add that in there because of the glass, then we can probably cover that in a different way. If your intention was to remove alcohol, then
intentions 10.9 is just to deal with like disposable glass containers.
Right. Yeah, and then 11.
The sub 11 was more just to codify the carryover from the previous bylaw, where we want to let people do it at Sunset, we want to let people do it at JPP, but we want to keep predominantly the glass away from the family-friendly areas.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Well, and
the only exception to that would actually just be the volleyball courts at Sunset Beach. That would be the only exception as far as the sandy areas where we would end up catching this. And that, I guess, it's just a known risk, I suppose, if we want to let liquor and glass containers be in those areas.
But the definition of open space is any land in the city which is developed, controlled, managed, leased, or used by the city, such as a public park, sports field, playground, or recreational area, including, without restricting the generality of the foregoing, all lands in the city which are jointly controlled or managed by the city and an educational authority or other government-owned property for any of the purposes previously described. So that's the definition. I think it hits exactly what your concern was with glass. You can't have it in a park, you can have it on the beach.
You can't have it at your local playground either.
Right.
Right? I mean, while we're not touching on it, there are city-owned playgrounds or city-managed playgrounds. Open spaces is actually far more broad than what we're discussing here.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of open spaces in
Totally.
the city that fall under this definition where we probably don't want glass. I mean, when my daughter was younger, it would upset me quite a bit when we'd walk down to the school park and there's a broken glass, and now I've got my 2-year-old wandering around the park with broken glass in it. That's great. And we've all been in a position where we have to tell a 2-year-old that now you can't do something because of this. They don't generally take it that well. That was not the focus of this, but it's also something it's meant to encompass.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
I think I'm getting what you're laying down. This is, if I'm looking at a lot of these sections, they are from the lens of enforcement, and you have stated repeatedly that there's discretion on whether or not you're going to enforce or educate. So I think a lot of this conversation has to do with it's there because it's a tool that you guys might need, as opposed to us picking and choosing and making it more complicated.
A lot to
Correct?
do with this rewrite was to make this actually enforceable. So an officer can go to court and we articulate, here's the offense and here's the elements of that offense. What we had in the previous bylaw was, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, there was a lot of very long sections that required, this is the offense, but here's the elements of the offense and here's some exceptions that you have to prove weren't in place. A
Right.
good example is the section that we had on fire bans. The way that the old section was worded, I would have to subpoena the fire chief to court to speak to a permit that he didn't issue. I'm
Okay.
sure Chief Zebedee would not appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right. Thank you for that.
Page 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, I was just wondering if there was a feeling of 15.3, 0.4, 0.5, and 0.6 being redundant. Because they all kind of seem to say the same thing, just in a different way. So I guess don't have to answer that right now. I was just wondering if we could just have a look. Are 15.3, 4, 5, and 6 redundant of 15.2?
To the chair, no, they're not. We're actually going through this right now.
Are we?
With an application.
Okay.
Section 15.2 that's for me.
Yep.
We have a shotgun in the vehicle. If I need to use that shotgun, I am not required to comply with 15.1. 15.3 is if we have somebody who's got a dangerous wildlife license or a wildlife guardian or somebody not directly employed by the city,
okay.
or we have a contractor in who's doing some pest control, they don't have this apply to them. Section 15.4 is what we're dealing with right now, whereas the CAO can authorize a person to discharge a firearm within the city limits at his sole discretion for special events like bulls in the park, or well, maybe not a wedding, but bulls in the park, or as the case we have right now, pest control. We have an absolute nightmare problem with gophers, which I'm sure everybody has noticed. So we have an application in with the CAO right now under what will be this section or could be this section for the purposes of the section 0.4 is authorizing for animal control purposes. 15.
Sorry. I'm going to stop you. You totally answered my question. We're good. We can take that one out.
So it's all designed to capture different groups of people.
No, I'm with you. I just, we're good. I got that one. Okay, perfect. Not redundant. Okay, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. My point is about 15.1. So, as a registered certified firearms owner, given that there are acreages with gopher problems within our city limits, how come they are not allowed to discharge their fire alarm?
Because it could create a high risk scenario where somebody misinterprets what they're doing and prompts a police response.
So, does Calgary have the same provision?
I believe in Calgary, you're not allowed to not only discharge firearms, you can't discharge bows or airsoft guns or anything.
My understanding is you're allowed to fire. You're allowed to shoot a firearm in Calgary.
No.
That's my understanding from my research.
We can take it away, but I'm very certain that the discharge of firearms is prohibited in the city limits outside of like a certified firing range or something like that. There may be some exceptions made for like the urban and urban-rural interface areas. That might be what you're referring to, but in the residential areas of the city, the built-up areas, it's prohibited.
But this says boundaries. So we're within the same rights as they would be, I would
Yes.
assume. So I think they should be allowed to. Like if I have 30 acres, why am I not allowed to shoot gophers as long as I'm doing it in a safe manner, which is required under other laws?
I wouldn't disagree with that statement if you have a property that's 30 acres or even some of the quarter sections that we have around. The application that we have in front of the city right now is not for one of those properties, but I can see your point.
But this is, I know this will be contentious, not just probably up here, but with the public. So I do think we should have debate about this one.
So then leave it on, so look into 15.1 acreages.
Okay.
Good. Okay. Councilor Worzanowski.
Yeah, I missed popping my opinion up when we were in section 11, but it reminded me here in section 15. Fire pits, I know there's a size limitation. It probably depends. There's people within the city limits of, let's say, Old Chestermere along East Chestermere Drive across the street, not on the lake, that have quite large properties and they have quite large fire pits, as do the acreages kind of outside that were acquired whenever it was in 2000. In the mid 2000s. So we might want to consider different size fire pits for different areas, i.e. acreages. I will also tell you as somebody with a firearms license, it is unlawful to discharge a firearm within any city limit. So whether we like it or not, if I lived in an acreage and I have nuisance animals, it'd be hard for me not to use a firearm, but that is the law.
Okay.
And that's a national law.
Yeah, it's goes to criminality, in fact, dangerous discharge of a firearm.
You don't know where the bullet's going to go. That's
No.
the biggest problem.
Councilor Sambo.
Your worship, is it okay if I engage in some light debate on the firearms, or you want to leave that for later?
I want to leave it for later.
Okay.
Yeah, because I want to not have, like, we're just listening now and then debate would come at second reading. Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. So 16.1 subsection B, operate, allow, or permit the operation of a speaker system of any type at any unnecessarily loud volume. And this is both daytime and nighttime. I don't know, what if I want to play, I don't know, AC/DC Thunderstruck 2 o'clock in the afternoon while doing barbecue? I'm just trying to... Yeah, I mean, is the daytime really necessary in there?
The excessive noise is not if you want to play some AC/DC in the middle of the day and you're having a little backyard barbecue and it's, you play some loud music for half an hour, 40 minutes. It's for the guy that gets drunk in his garage and he's got it going for 6 hours. And that is actually a file that I had to deal with late last year. The guy would get absolutely smashed in his garage and he would turn up his work speakers and he would drink all day and listen to some obnoxiously loud music.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, it rises to the level of excessive. In what you're talking about, that defaults to the Bill of Rights, lawful enjoyment of your property, in my view anyways.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you.
Councilor Worzanowski.
I just wanted to just close off on the item about acreages and just leave it at that for second reading. Let's just consider some of these adjustments that we do for people with acreages. That's all.
Councilor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And a broad question through you. I remember a conversation that I had last year when I was campaigning, And a resident was telling me that they work from home and they did have a neighbor who liked to listen to loud music during the day while they were also working. But it was loud enough and their offices were located basically side by side and there's not much space between the property line. And so this resident I was talking to actually said that he had called bylaw about it, but because it was during daytime hours, there was nothing that could be done. I was wondering if there's anything in there for that kind of enjoyment. Again, this is just hearsay from talking to someone, but it was an interesting conversation.
Through the chair, I wouldn't say that there's nothing that can be done, but we exercise much more broad discretion when it comes to daytime noise complaints versus nighttime noise complaints. There is that understanding that at nighttime in a residential community where Chestermere is, we have kids that are going to bed, we have seniors that are going to bed. During the daytime, excessive becomes very subjective. If you're going to prove that it's excessive, we have to be going obnoxious levels for hours at a time, like the guy that gets drunk in his garage or the guy that's got the speaker system just booming in their house and half the block can hear what they're playing. Would we do something in the daytime? Yes, we could. But again, there's that broad discretion on how we apply that based off of what we're seeing when we get boots on the ground. What does that excessive look like? What is that excess? Do I agree that it's excessive, or are you just pissed off at your neighbor because they've got a little bit of loud music like AC/DC and you can hear just a dull bass when you're trying to dial in on something, right? It's very much something where we'd have to look at it and gauge it for what it is. Totality of circumstances is something that I'm going to keep coming back to with this bylaw. In assessing the totality of circumstances for any wide open offense, we got to look at everything going on, who's present, what's going on, the nature of the offense, are there kids involved, old people. It's very broad.
Okay, page 20. The only one I had for page 20 was the CAO at their sole discretion issue temporary permit to the applicant, deny a temporary, those sorts of things. I was just wondering if 16.10 could have an E. The CAO shall inform council when the permit's given. And the only reason I'm suggesting that is that we're the ones who get the questions about it, right? So the CAO issues said permit. I have no problem with the CAO having that authority. There's all sorts of things that fall under that with the CAO. I was just wondering about a provision within the bylaw that the CAO, just to inform council that permit's been given so that we can answer questions. Mr. Edney.
The CAO has given Bulls on the Beach a temporary permit exemption.
Great. Thanks. But Mr. Edney, I mean, this directly affects your work, right? But, right, like, we're the ones who get the questions on it, right? We're going to be at Bulls on the Beach, and someone's going to ask. Right? Because somebody's going to come across the street and they're going to ask about this bylaw. So, I mean, we make light of it, but this is our lives as elected officials. So would you be okay with 16.10 having an E that CAO to inform council when one is permitted? Sorry, Mr. Edney?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
I wasn't being sarcastic. I was trying to be, I literally just issued that when I got back from vacation. So,
gotcha. Okay.
Now you know.
Thank you. Page 21. Oh, sorry, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to have an answer back, unless someone knows right away. Do we have the authority to also dictate this for mail delivered through Canada Post? Because this is talking about graphic flyers being delivered. I'm assuming that's being handed out. But if they are mailed through Canada Post, does the city of Chestermere have the authority to dictate what goes through Canada Post?
I don't believe we have the ability as a municipality to dictate what happens over a federal crown corporation governed by federal statute. I think that would be, and begging your pardon through the chair, I believe that would be an overreach on the part of the city to attempt to regulate what can and can't go through through Canada Post. If there was something at a federal level, like they introduced a bill in Parliament, then perhaps, realistically, even if we were to put something like that in the bylaw, it would be unenforceable.
Okay. We've already talked about bullying, so I think we can leave that one for now. Just wanted to highlight that again, that I do think it should be separate, and it sounds like we can do some work on that. Page 22. Page 23. 24. 25. Sorry, I did miss one, and now I see it on here. I apologize. 4.5 spitting. I find it interesting that we have spitting included because. Sorry?
Because it's disgusting.
Well, sure.
What if you had a slug in your mouth?
$100 for spitting. I think you shouldn't be allowed to spit on somebody, but I would like to see 4.5 reviewed because I think it should be illegal to spit on somebody, but
It to the chair, it is illegal to spit on somebody. It's criminal.
Yeah, no,
it's criminal
right.
assault.
That's fair. Fair point. But I think this one time I'm going to be with Councillor Grant on this one. Yeah, I do a little bit because like I just feel like again this is one of those rules, right, where it's like, are we actually going to enforce this?
I've never written a ticket for spitting in my entire time.
That's my point. I don't think we're actually going to enforce this one.
To be fair, the city of Calgary does enforce this, and as with most of the bylaws that we're touching on, there's a certain amount of future planning that goes into this as we start to hit 40,000, 50,000,
Okay.
60,000.
I'll wait till second reading and debate it then. So with that, then I think we've concluded all of our pages of the bylaw. So if I may, I'm going to turn back to Mr. Edney because he's the one that led us down this path. So what would you suggest the motion be now coming out of this? Don't press the button.
Yeah, to your worship, I think the motion was for council to direct administration to bring back changes to the community standards bylaw as outlined in the council meeting, and it's that outlined.
So here's the motion. So how should this be changed? As outlined in the notes page? Because that's what it was titled. It was titled.
With the amendments. Council, with the amendments as outlined. I would just say in council.
In council, okay.
Yeah, or as outlined in the meeting.
As outlined in the July 8th, 2025 council meeting.
There you go. Yep.
As outlined or as captured? Does it matter? As outlined, you're good? Beautiful. Okay. Can I have a Councillor Grant?
I was just going to give a recommendation on the wording of it, but if you're fine
Do you
with
want to
it,
make
fine
the
with it.
recommendation and then make the motion?
I was saying that we could, I was saying we could probably make that list, that Word documents, an Appendix A, and then you can just reference Appendix A.
There you go.
Does that
Okay.
work? Is that more logical or no?
Mr. Edney?
What's the appendix A2?
Oh, that's
the
good.
minutes.
Okay,
You
so I
want
think we're
the
good
list
with
in the
this.
minutes
point.
or
Okay, Councillor Grant, can you make the following motion, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that council direct administration to bring back bylaw 003-25, being the community standards bylaw, to a future meeting of council with the amendments as outlined in the July 8th, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Totally painless.
Wasn't prepared for it, but if it happens, it happens.
No, it's great. Thank you so much. So with that, we'll take a short break and we'll come back at 3:45. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Going to be looking at finishing up our agenda here this afternoon. And so going back now, we're going to go to item 9.3.3, which is our capital budget, which is going to be presented by our City Director of Corporate Services, Ms. Sandy Jo Hall-Watt. It's good. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am here to present and finish off my presentation in regards to the Capital 2025 budget. So very much the same format, similar format to what was presented earlier. However, this is not a PowerPoint presentation. I will be going through some of the highlighted projects for the capital budget. And a key difference is that the operating budget that was presented to you earlier was to end of Q1, March 31st, 2025. However, I was able to work with the PMO office and various project leaders and get to-date explanations in regards to the capital projects. So I will start out with just highlighting some of the capital projects that council was very passionate about in the, I'm not sure if you recall, the trifold that we published, I think back in March 2025. So I'm just going to stick to those because we do have quite a lengthy list of projects. So let's begin. The twinning of Chestermere Boulevard. This one, as you can see in the documentation, does not have a actual material amount indicated because, of course, we don't want to indicate to potential contractors what our budget is to ensure a fair and competitive process. So we don't indicate what our approved budget is again. The developer has agreed to front end this project. And based on the cash flow model for transportation offsite levies, there is no impact on other projects. So this one is a significant project that's in progress at this point in time.
Sorry, just one moment. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to Mr. Hall-Watt, thank you for this. I just have a question about the front ending of this project. So when we say that the developer's front-ending the project, does that mean that they're front-ending what they owe in the offsite levy component of it, or are they front-ending the complete dollar value of the project?
Ms. Doherty?
Thank you.
I pressed the, is it on? Okay, sorry about that. Suspicious. So how front-ending works, Councillor Grant, is that if we enter into a front-end agreement with any developer, they pay the full cost of the construction. And then as they develop out, instead of paying offsite levies for future development agreements, they receive their credit back. So we put in a number because obviously that's not built yet. Once we reach CCC, we reconcile that cost. So we have actuals. They've spent the money. We've maintained, or the city's monitored the construction. We've reached CCC. We now know that it's cost X number of dollars. And then as future developments for that developer go, then instead, when they make their offsite levy payment under their DA, it just says there is no transportation offsite levy because you're receiving $300,000 worth of credit on this phase, and your subsequent phase you'll receive $200,000 worth of credit. When we get to situations where they have front-ended more than they have developable land, that then transitions into an endeavor to assist, where when other folks that benefit from that infrastructure, whatever it would be, would then pay that developer.
Perfect. And so a little bit more for my clarification within that, because transportation is a hard offsite levy cost versus a soft offsite levy cost, which is only partially contributed to. Or like, I'm talking like a rec project. Like there's a limit on what they'll contribute to a rec project.
Ms. Doherty?
Yes. So the limit is not, there's no difference between like a hard offsite levy cost and a soft levy cost with respect to the percent that's contributed. It's growing versus existing. So Chestermere Boulevard, as it exists today, serves X number of population. If we are growing out and we need to twin that, then any twinning is as a result of the growth, because for 20,000 residents, we did not need a twinned road. So that's an example of that. When we're based on the transportation master plan, we did not need a twinned road. So that's not totally correct. With a rec center, if the intent of the rec center is only to benefit new growth and does not serve any of our existing, then it would be 100% in the offsite levy, if that makes better sense.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Just as a matter of process then for Ms. Johawat, can we go each project at a time then? Because I think we're going to have questions about each one. Does that work?
Absolutely, Your
Okay.
Worship.
So any other questions then for twinning of Chestnut Boulevard? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not a question, just a comment. Can we please shout from the rooftops about this great project? Because people have been asking for this forever, and I'm extremely impressed with the partnership and what our administration, our partners in the building community have been able to come up with here. Can we communicate this amazing win?
Yeah, I think my anticipation is we're going to see some wins. I have some question marks about some things that are coming up here in a second, but I think we're going to see some incredible wins coming up here. And so, yeah, I think an overall comment to your point, Councillor Sambo, was I would love to see a very good, strong communications coming out about our capital projects. I would also say that the conversation on the other side of this has also continues, in my opinion, continues to proceed in a positive manner. What I mean by that is conversations that we're having with the City of Calgary, both at the administrative and at the elected levels. That even this week there have been around Stampede. Many of us have actually participated in some pretty positive conversations with regards to this project with City of Calgary. Any other comments with regards to Chestnut Boulevard? Great. Okay.
Perfect. On to road access to newly acquired high school site. So this one does have a dollar figure indicated because it has gone to through the RFP process. It is earmarking $1.879 million. However, no costs have been incurred to date because the consultant has not issued any invoices that we have put in our system for payment. And the design has been submitted and is currently under review by administration.
Thank you. Any questions with regards to this? Okay, I have one. Mr. Edney, is this the project that we thought was going to be done by the end of July? But this says end of September.
Yes, that is the information I received from the PMO's office, but it may have very well changed.
So I think that this is really important because I anticipate that my email and phone are about to start blowing up because we've been really public on this one that we committed to July 31st for this one, and now this presentation says September 2025. So can we please clarify, are we talking September, or are we talking July, or am I incorrect? I'll start with Mr. Edney.
End of July.
End of July. This one's done end of July. That has not changed. Beautiful. You're good. Ms. Doherty, you're good? You're good? Okay. Great. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So again, going back to Councillor Sambo's point on the other one, that's that one's really important that we communicate that. That was my measure of concern because we had talked about the end of July often. So, okay. Belly plow.
Okay, belly plow truck. This one does not have a dollar figure because it hasn't gone through the RFP process at this time. It is necessary to bring this into our fleet due to an increase in the number of roads and maintenance that's required to ensure that current level of service. So we're still in the works, and this one, according to the project manager, is to be determined at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so I had a question about this belly plow truck and whether it's able to contend with our proposed and incoming raised crosswalks. I believe that we had an issue with our current plows and speed bumps. I just wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Fluke?
Through the chair to the mayor and council, I can address that. That's specifically why this truck was purchased in this format, so that we could more easily deal with raised crosswalks and the speed bumps and those kinds of things. as opposed to a front end plow. It's a lot more versatile, shorter turning radius, and better sight lines to do this kind of work.
Great, thank you. Okay, new fire station land.
New fire station land. This project is solely earmarked for the purchase of the land that the new fire hall will be situated on. And this one is in progress at this point in time as well.
Yes, Council, I'm going to caution us on questions on this because I think we're going to have a presentation coming here shortly. So we'll move to the next one, CCTV.
Perfect. CCTV surveillance system. This one is nearly about 85 to 90% complete. So our IT department has been working feverishly to ensure that the cameras have not only been updated, but what's the word I'm looking for? Phased in throughout the very high demand areas throughout the city. So there are now cameras across Anniversary Park, over by John Peak Park, here at the boat launch, outside City Hall. So all of those high volume, high traffic locations have working cameras, and the software is held within the docket of the IT manager. So we already have had formal requests made by law enforcement for some video footage from our CCTV program.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. That just jogged my memory about the motion we passed to bring our recommendation for the sharing of the CCTV footage.
So we do, Councillor Grant, have a process in place, a formal process where law enforcement, including the CPOs and RCMP, provide a formal request that goes through myself and CAO Edney, and they are given the footage for the timeline that they're looking for.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you. I thought we, and maybe I'm recalling improperly, I thought we had brought a motion forward to have that brought to us for review.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Catalyst upgrades.
The Catalyst upgrades involve the financial software system that finance and the municipality currently utilize. So it was, just to give council some background, we used a legacy system called Muniware, and that's where all of our financial transactions are inputted. It was purchased by a larger company called Catalyst. So we are looking at a large-scale update and integration into our document management system and a variety of other upgrades starting in September 2025 and ending in December.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Nope. Okay, thank you. Concrete life cycle.
Concrete life cycle replacement program. So this one commences in July 2025 and ends approximately in September 2025. The contractor is, the selection process is in the works at this point in time. That's why there's not a dollar figure indicated here. And this one is primarily driven by weather and other various elements. So the roads department, the manager there, has indicated that this will be starting imminently.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions, council? Nope. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Screen moved on me. Core switch replacement.
This one is another IT initiative. $260,000 was awarded. The equipment has been ordered, and it will be here at approximately the end of, or the middle of August, or end of August, and be going live approximately by the end of October 2025.
Seeing no questions. New recreation facility preliminary design.
So this one is for the design and construction of the Dawson's Landing Recreation Facility. Again, this one hasn't gone through to the tendering process, hence there's no dollar figure. So the contribution is, from the city's aspect, is 38% of the facility design and construction costs. And that one is going to be determined at this point in time.
the construction of community services rental space.
So this one, we have been actively working with the leaseor, Melcor, and we were provided with a list of contractors, so we've been in touch with them, and at this point in time, we do have some insight that we've given the leaseor, and we're just waiting for that guidance so that we can bring this project either back to council for some deliberation, or we can proceed with the budget requirements that were approved by council.
Questions from council? Okay, thank you. The PPE for new fire personnel?
This project was for the purchase of the required PPE for the new fire personnel at the fire hall. So there was $200,000 allocated. At this point in time, there's been just under $2,000 in expenses with additional invoices coming through. The project will be completed as of September 2025. There has been gear ordered and staff needs to be sized adequately. And this equipment was received in June of 2025.
Okay, thank you. The City Hall flat roof?
So this project requires the replacement of the City Hall flat roof, which is beyond its lifespan. So we are still under the process of the RFP. So that was under review in June 2025. So for the next quarterly update, I will have something to provide council with where we're at in regards to July and beyond.
Deputy Mayor?
With this project, I'm curious if we are also having a third party review the quality assurance of this project going forward.
Mr. Fluker?
The council, I can address that. And in fact, that is the case. The RFPs have gone out. We've received the responses, and either later this week or early next week, we will be reviewing those to choose a supplier for this. But it has all gone through a process whereby we've obtained professional advice as to what is required to repair it properly.
Right. I'm so sorry, through the chair to administration. Just curious if we have during construction a third party contract for quality assurance to ensure each stage is done correctly.
Ms. Fluker?
Through the chair to the mayor and council, I can't answer that, other than the contract would come with a warranty or a guarantee.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just wondering too, in the interest of time, if we can bring up like each page, and maybe if council has a specific question on one, instead of going through each one by one. So I know that one that is near and dear to the hearts of council is the raised crosswalks. So if we could just have an update on that one, please.
Absolutely. So this one is currently in the contractor selection progress. So we will have an update for the summer construction season. So I was advised that it would commence in July 2025 with a completion end date of either end of August or beginning of September.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. On the raised crosswalks, I'm just wondering if there's some sort of matrix or logic put behind where exactly this raised crosswalk is going to go. You know, as for example, the Catholic school on Rainbow Road, I don't think we should necessarily make that a raised crosswalk, but the road adjacent to it, Rainbow Falls Way, I believe, maybe that's a good place for it. So I don't know if we've developed a matrix or some sort of understanding of how we're actually going to place these crosswalks. So I'm hoping administration is going to work on that so we can understand where they're going to go.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you through the mayor to council. I know the team has been working through this, but I might suggest, given the importance of this, that prior to the roads team doing any work on this, we bring back to council what the plan is for the raised crosswalks, what they're going to look like, and where they're going to be situated to get some of that feedback. I know we normally don't do that, but given the importance of this, I might suggest that as a separate step. So we'll try to come back to you by the end of July here before you take a break and construction starts.
I think it's a great idea. I think it's also, I think it would be beneficial also for us to reach out to both Rocky View schools and to Calgary Catholic, but especially Rocky View schools, in that we are hearing information coming forward about changing in busing for next year. And that changing in busing, there's the potential that changing in busing is going to create more traffic around our schools. And so that interplay of the more traffic that's going to be coming with that interplay of the raised crosswalks, for myself, I'm thinking I'm even happier that we're proceeding with this project, knowing the possible challenges that are about to hit us with that traffic. So I think it would be great for just even some coordination with the schools as well. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I don't claim to be an expert on where these crosswalks should go other than just being a resident of this city, but also I don't claim to be an expert in the type of crosswalks that are out there and available. But my question through His Worship to you, Mr. Edney, and I don't know if you can answer this, but you probably have an idea of what we're outsourcing. I've seen a number of different types. Some cost more than others. Some of the newer ones that I've seen are like quite large and relatively high, and certainly are effective in providing the service of a raised crosswalk and slowing down traffic. While when we grew up, you'd see them completely asphalted and painted, which probably cost twice as much. I'm just asking the question: are we looking at those available kind of newer style of crosswalks that might be easier to install and lower cost to purchase?
Mr. Fluker.
Through the chair to the mayor and council, in response to your question, Councillor Warzanowski, that in fact is correct. We are looking at the latest technology that would be most effective and appropriate, particularly for the school zones.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I just wanted to stress how much of a pain it would be if these crosswalks were in construction during the first week of classes. So it would be great to see the plan come back, but if there's any way that we can ensure that this is done before school starts, and I think it's September 2nd from a quick look at it, that would be really positive.
Mr. Fluker.
Through the chair to the mayor and council, Councillor Sambo, and indeed the plan is to have this done in the before school starts in September.
Great, thank you. With that then, again, in the interest of time, council, does anybody have any questions about the two community peace officer vehicles? Okay, the aquatic equipment trailer.
So this project is the replacement of the current aquatic equipment trailer, and it is earmarked for $110,000. It looks like it has been awarded and it's currently being built, and we will receive ownership of it at the end of August 2025.
Okay, council, does anyone have any questions about the paving of the Sunset parking lot? It looks like this is on track to be completed by end of September 2025. Okay. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the Sunset parking lot is quite busy these days. So what I would definitely hope for is some sort of traffic management in that area, because right now, as it is, the people are parking. There's a lot of overflow parking along the street, and while they're constructing the parking lot, a lot of it will again overflow on the streets. So maybe some signage, orange cone, something will be, will definitely be good for safety. There's a lot of people crossing there as well.
Okay, thank you. To council, does anyone have any questions on the phone system? Remote mower replacement? Sorry, just leave the screen till I go all the way down, because my eyes are jumping now. Awesome, thank you. The flat deck trailers? Okay, Councilor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a quick one to you, through you, to Kent or possibly Mr. Fluker. I know the purpose of getting these flat decks is just to get these mowers moving around town a little bit better. I guess we probably haven't received these yet. No.
Mr. Redney?
No. It's showing
No, this one, we haven't received these yet. One of the things I was going to point out when we were through this program is if you look at the things we've been tendering out, generally, and I don't know if it's whether the method has worked or not, we're coming in under budget on everything so far that's needed a tender, except for this one.
Yeah.
I think it's about $3,000 over budget. So James has asked me how we proceed, and I think we're going to have to come back with an RFD to council to increase the budget for this from 75 to 78. This is the perfect example of why it'd be nice if we had a provision somewhere that let me take the 4,800 we saved on the remote mower replacement and put it on the flat deck trailers to keep moving, but we don't have that process in place right now. So
yeah, it's something we're talking about, sure. So we're still just driving from community ops until we get these things, eh?
We have some flat deck trailers. This is to get some more and some newer ones.
Right. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I wonder too if we haven't done the full purchase on these, given some other projects we're working on right now, I wonder if we should consider waiting if we can, because there might be some future parking locations for our mowers. Okay. The personal protective equipment dry suits, fire hall maintenance, pickup truck replacement. Okay, now scroll down, please. Thank you. City Hall air balancing, community peace officer radios, feasibility study and structural assessments on community operations building, manhole repairs. The question I have on this one is this continues to be an ongoing issue in our newly constructed areas, and this is simply my opinion or perception, and maybe it's because I obviously drive through Calgary more than I do other municipalities. It just seems to be worse here in our newly developed areas where the covers just seem to be higher. And I'm just wondering if we're addressing that with our development and building community. Ms. Doherty?
Thank you, Your Worship. So in a lot of our newer development communities, I think one of the areas where this might be arising is because the top lift hasn't been completed.
Right.
So once the top lift has been completed on these and they've reached FAC, we wouldn't be seeing those type of things. So I think it's just one of the growing pains of a growing community. So that would be my general assessment as to why you would think that is occurring more here.
So it's more perception. Because even from our residents, like it is certainly something I hear about a lot as well. Mr. Edney?
Thanks, Your Worship. No, I would suggest it's true. But in the new areas, we don't have that extra pavement that when the pavement does get put on, it will end up being relatively flat like you see in the other areas. So, yeah, I agree with you. In the new areas, like South Shore especially, it's very bad. But when they get the next layer of pavement on there, that problem goes away. And they don't install them lower and then move them up and that kind of thing. So it's just one of those, as Ms. Doherty mentioned, growing pains, unfortunately, with the new communities.
I think this is one of those where I know we've talked about the idea of FAQs on our own website or things like that. I wonder if this is one that in new development areas and understanding of that, right? We've talked about like when the city takes it over as opposed to when the developer are doing things like snow removal and things like that. I wonder if this is something that could be included under an FAQ so that people understand that, because absolutely, I think every member of council hears often about people's ability to launch their vehicles driving down certain roads in South Shore right now, just with the way that they are, right? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration, I believe you're largely right that most of the issue is attributed to the top lift missing. I would argue, though, that in Dawson, Wharf, mount right outside the new commercial business there. That manhole is a good 6 to 8 inches higher than the road. And it's basically a speed bump. Maybe we don't need raised crosswalks. We just need raised manhole covers, but it's effectively doing the same thing. So.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Edney.
No, thank you, Mayor Dean. I was just going to comment that, yeah, this manhole repairs is for the repairs on the under city control roads and manholes. But I may suggest if you see ones like that, send it to us and we can pass it on to the developer to go get it taken care of. It's just they're not going to take care of the ones where it is a top lift issue. But what you just described there, absolutely, we can send them a note and get them to figure that out.
Well, and to our residents too, please communicate it to the city, either through an email to your counselor so that your counselor can pass it on to administration or utilizing the tips functions that we have on our city website. Social media is not the way to let us know about problems like this. Whether it's on a community page or not, it's just simply not the way to communicate it to the city. Please use the official channels to the city, and then through those official channels, we'll be able to address the issues. Councillor Worzanowski.
Yeah, not to beat a dead horse, but I know I've seen some of these manhole covers raised, and through his worship and through you, Mr. Edney, I know you have a number of your engineers in the room. In some of those newer areas, aren't they typically raised at the start of the developments, and then once they start paving the road, there's usually like a second pave where they kind of level them out? So hopefully, to Councillor Grant's commentary, definitely if there's some old ones that need repairs, we need to get them done, but am I right in that assumption?
top lift.
Yeah, okay. That's
Yeah.
what do you call them?
Top lift.
Top lift.
Yeah.
Okay, so the top
Yeah.
lift ones are all good. Good, thank you.
Okay. Portable traffic lights, IT equipment, community operations van, tree spade replacement, fire suppression system, new Eco Depot office trailer, City Hall furniture, skid steer grapple replacement, and RCMP building furniture. Fantastic. Because this was added late, I'm assuming through Ledger Services that this document will be provided as part of the agenda. Like, we're going to update the agenda package because this was added late, so that the public can then access this as a attachment. Correct? I'm seeing nods. Good. I have nods on every side of the room. Fantastic. So with that, are there any final questions that council has with regards to the 2025 capital budget update?
If I may, Mayor and Council, I just have two closing comments. I just wanted to bring Council's attention to a couple of the projects that came in significantly under budget. The wide area mower that has been awarded and completed came in $47,447 under budget. The remote mower replacement came in $4,800 under budget. The pickup truck replacement, PK 199, came in $6,400 under budget. And lastly, the portable traffic lights came in $8,165 under budget. So the leaders across the city definitely understood the assignment. We aren't, of course, giving the contract to the lowest bidder, but to the bidder that makes the most sense. And while we're doing that, we are coming in under budget in many of these cases, so that we will have various grant funding dollars available for other projects like CAO Edney indicated. Once we have that policy in place, we will be able to allocate those dollars to other projects that may or may not be on the docket. And I just wanted to thank the PMO office and the project leaders across the organization. They were instrumental in ensuring that I had to-date information for Mayor and Council, and they've been fantastic to work with in ensuring that we get the absolute most recent information for your purview.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through yourself, our CEO, and to you, Mrs. Johal Watt. Thank you for pointing out where we're saving money. That'll certainly make it a lot easier for council, I'm sure, if you start looking at areas where we're over budget, such as potentially those trailers, which sounds like just a really drop in the bucket. But I know there are some some road projects that either have not yet been approved or will be going over budget. So maybe there's a more efficient way for us to consider as we move forward and getting these updates and seeing where we are on our variance for our budgeted projects as we do these spends, so we can move forward with some of these other over cost or unapproved projects ahead of time. I'd love to see that, and I'm sure council would be very willing to say, oh yes, that project, we've got some funds that we saved. We can now move forward with something like this, XYZ widget a little bit sooner than we would be budgeting for normally.
Great, thank you. Okay, so with that, I believe we're going to be accepting this presentation for information. Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
Just move that council accept the capital budget update for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a final comment. I would like to just reiterate, I think there's some great opportunity for celebration here, including on your final comments, what Councilor Zanowski was referring to with the savings of money. I think there are some great communication wins for us coming out of today's meeting. Yeah. Okay. With that, I believe we have 3 items to finish off in camera, because I think we've finished everything else from our agenda. Is that correct? Did we hit all the ones that we had added? Yes? Okay. So just looking at this quick. So I believe we can remove the second bullet point because we completed that one in our first session. I believe we can remove the... Sorry, I want to leave this one as I have an update I want to add for the No. Take the golf course out. Thank you. There's something I want to update council on about the recreation center. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Mayor Dean, I just need the request. The IT department is here. My computer has some issues. He's waiting to look at if we can have a recess. That's what his request is.
Sure. Can we take Councillor Randawa's one computer is not working quite properly, so can we take a quick 8-minute recess? We'll come back at 4:30 and then make this motion. So we'll take a recess, come back at 4:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our quick break, and so what we're going to do is we're going to finish off the rest of our in-camera items, and then we'll come out of in-camera and make the rest of the motions from our in-camera time today. So, Councillor Sambo, can I get you to make the following motion, please?
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council move into closed session at 4:29 p.m. to discuss the following: Cooperative Stormwater Management Initiative, Rejoin Investigation, Access to Information Act, Section 29, Advice from Officials. Fire Hall, Access to Information Act, Section 29, Advice from Officials. Recreation Center, Access to Information Act, Section 29, Advice from Officials, and Section 32, Privileged Information, and Rainbow Road North, Access to Information Act, Section 29, Advice from Officials.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our in-camera session. So can I have the motion to come out of in-camera, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council come out of closed session at 5:46 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. With that, we'll take a break for a recess, just to get ourselves organized here, and we will come back by 5:55, possibly a little bit earlier. Thank you. Okay, just coming back from our break here, and we just have a number of motions to make coming from our conversations here this afternoon, accomplishing, I think, a lot of great work here today by City Council. So, can we start with the first motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approved an addition of 140,000 to the capital budget for 153894 Alberta Ltd for the consulting services for the stormwater option evaluation to be funded by the stormwater offsite levy.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is it correct that it's council or would it be directors in this case? How would that work?
Good catch. Can you change council to board of directors?
Thank you. Can you restate the motion, Councillor Randhawa?
Sure, Worship. I move that the Board of Directors approved an additional of 140,000 to the capital budget of 153897 Alberta Ltd for the consulting services of stormwater options evaluation to be funded by the stormwater offsite levy.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the second motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please?
No, this is council.
Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
Yes, move that council cancels the 235,000 operating budget for the stormwater options evaluation and direct administration to cancel the associated $200,000 Alberta Community Partnership Grant.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski.
I move that council waives the purchase conditions related to the purchase of Lakeside Greens Golf Course.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the next motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council direct administration to proceed as discussed in agenda item 10.3, being the fire hall.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next motion, please. Can I have a councillor make Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council approves the acquisition of the Chestermere Recreation Center land and authorizes the finalization and execution of the purchase and sales agreement in substantiality, the form presented to council.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Due to what might reasonably be considered a conflict of interest, I will remove myself from this discussion and vote.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. The motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
So move the mayor and chief administrative officer, CEO, are authorized and directed to finalize, sign, and deliver the PSA in substantially the same purchase form as presented to the council, along with any other documents necessary or advisable to fully implement this resolution.
Great, thank you. I believe Councillor Sambo will also be abstaining for this vote for the same reasons. So with that, any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Third motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move the mayor and CAO are authorized to approve any amendments or revisions and to waive or remove the purchaser conditions in the PSA as needed, provided that such amendments, revisions, or conditions are not, in any opinion of the mayor, the CAO, and the city's legal counsel, material in nature.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Again, just a reminder that Councillor Sambo will be abstaining from this vote. With that, call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I believe we just have two more motions to make. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move council approve the allocation of $405,000 from the local government fiscal framework, the LGFF fund, for the placement of recycled asphalt on the existing base of Rainbow Road North from Windermere Drive to Highway 1 intersection, along with the removal of existing barricades at the Windermere Drive intersection and the continuation of the 50% road ban.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Deputy Mayor.
I'm going to vote against this motion simply because it doesn't address the safety concerns on the interface between Rainbow Road and Highway 1, as well as to me this is a patch job as opposed to a full repair as we all campaigned on and promised last year. So I'll be voting against this. Thank you. And I would actually like a recorded vote on this one.
Great, thank you. So we will do a recorded vote. Just in response to that, I also campaigned on the opening of Rainbow Road. So I will be voting in favor of this in keeping with campaign promises that I made. So I will actually be voting in favor based on, so I just want to address that one comment that this was one of the campaign things that I did talk about. And I also know that with the work that we are doing with Minister's Office on proceeding with some things forward, I am confident that we're going to be able to speak to some of the concerns that you have raised, and would also, as a reminder, that at that intersection that is under the purview of Alberta Transportation, and at that time when it was opened, Alberta Transportation actually kept it open at that time, as is the purview of Alberta Transportation for the intersection at Rainbow Road and Highway 1. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. While I share in Councillor Schindler's concern at that intersection, I do understand that there is a responsibility of Alberta Transportation, also the person behind the wheel. I don't like that intersection. I never have. However, and also, I'd also like to mention that I did not campaign on this Rainbow Road, so that was not part of my campaign. But I will support administration in doing their due diligence, and when they present it to council, that this is not a patch job and that the 50% road ban, it should last indefinitely. Also, it gives me some peace of mind that over the coming months and years, we will test out the theory of it being a patch job based on people driving on it over that 50%, whether it's legal or not, and how current and busy the traffic will be. At that point, we can decide as a council whether we want to fulfill a 100%, no, a zero road ban road from Windermere Drive to Highway 1. So I will be voting in favor of this proposal.
Thank you. Any other final comments or questions from council? Deputy Mayor.
I just want to address something. I think that I also I definitely campaigned on this being done correctly. I want this open, but I think that we're not doing it correctly. So I really want to see this open, and I thought that we had a plan to make this go forward in a more holistic approach, and the time it took to do it is the time it took to do it, but we were going to do it right, and that was my point.
thank you. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I voted no on the project originally when it came before council because the information presented did not meet the threshold for myself to feel that it was safe. I still feel the same way. I think that this is a clever option that's been brought forward, but I'll be voting no against this purely because it just hasn't met that threshold for me for safety.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, so with that, because it was called for a recorded vote, we'll do a recorded vote. So I'll start on my right, because usually I start on my left. I will start on my right. Councillor Sambo, do you vote in favor or against? Oh, sorry, my bad.
Thank you, Your Worship. I vote against.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Randawa?
I vote in favor because we already have lots of traffic on 17F, so that will bit easy off, and the highway we know is under provincial control, not in municipal, so I will vote definitely in favor.
Great, thank you. Councillor Worzanowski?
I'll vote in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Narayan?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Grant?
In favor.
Great, thank you. I also vote in favor of the motion, so that motion passes with a 5-2 vote. Thank you. And then we have one more. I have a question now that has passed. Going back to the capital projects presentation that we had earlier, part of that presentation involved kind of some timelines and things like that. So now that this motion has passed, I'd just like to turn it back to either to CAO Edney or somebody else that you may have point to answer this question. Do we have an expected timeline now on this project now that the project has been approved to move forward? Mr. Fluker.
Yes, Your Worship and Council. We should be able to start. I won't commit to it 100%, but I believe within the next couple of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks.
That's incredible. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. With that, then Councillor Grant.
Sorry, Mayor, I was willing to make your next motion.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Grant, can you make the following motion, please?
I move that council direct administration to remove the $3,500,000 allocation from the Municipal Sustainability Initiative funding to rebuild Rainbow Road North from the 2025 capital budget, less the committed costs spent to date.
Great, thank you. Should we talk about it if there's an estimated cost I've already spent to date, just to give citizens an idea on that, what those estimated costs are? Ms. Doherty?
Yes, Your Worship, that is a great point. We do have the motion written less the committed costs and not specific because we have not received final invoices. So we don't want to put a specific number and then cause an administrative nightmare.
Absolutely.
So to date, we are projecting those costs to be around $82,000 all in.
Okay.
It could fluctuate 5 or 10% on that, but
Sure.
not sustainably. No.
Okay, great, thank you. Turning back to council, any comments, questions with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We have another motion. Oh, no, we don't. Sorry, I was looking ahead. I believe that those are all the motions. Sorry, I'll go back to Mr. Edney.
No, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just wanted to provide some clarification. For Rainbow Road North, it's likely probably not going to start until September or so, but then should be done within September. We do have to go, because of the cost of it, we do have to go through the procurement process for it, which will take us about 4 to 5 weeks.
I like Mr. Fluker's answer much more.
I know, but then we're going to be delayed and you're going to be mad.
I still liked his answer more. Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to the meeting today? Great, thank you. Councillor Randawa, can I have the motion to adjourn, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 6:08 p.m.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. I'd go from 2 to 3 weeks to 2 months.